computer at work. And when you get home, you can listen through your Amazon Echo. Just say, Alexa, play WICC. Hear all your favorite Fairfield County news and talk on the voice of Connecticut anytime, wherever you have your smart speaker. Say, Alexa, play WICC. WICC 695.9. The voice of Connecticut. WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven. Locally owned by Connoisseur Media, the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 488 Studios.
From ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. Concern for U.S. sailors deployed to the Middle East 9 months into their mission. The Navy Times and Stars and Stripes both reporting multiple service members have tried to jump overboard after describing moldy showers, broken toilets, and a lack of hygiene products.
In response, the Navy told ABC News counselors and chaplains are on board. It concedes the war has disrupted supply lines, but says the ship now has clean water and healthy meals. Another carrier, the USS Theodore Roosevelt, could soon be sent to relieve the Lincoln. But Democrats want more answers. Arizona Senator Ruben Gallego is now calling on the Navy to allow a bipartisan congressional delegation to visit the USS Lincoln to conduct an oversight investigation.
ABC's Karen Hua. At one point, the sailors spent 250 straight days at sea aboard the Lincoln, a modern record. 2 soldiers killed when their Apache attack helicopter went down near Fort Hood, Texas, Wednesday. Flash flood emergency in Indiana, where Cambridge City Town Council President Jim McLean says of the river that runs through the city.
I've been in the area for 60 years, and there's never been anything remotely compared to this. It's several feet higher than most people have ever seen it here before.
Cambridge City is halfway between Indianapolis and Dayton. Reaction continuing to come in to DHS spending nearly $20 million on electric shock gloves. New York Attorney General Letitia James suggesting their use could be illegal.
But it appears to be arbitrary and capricious. It appears to be in violation of a number of laws, including our Constitution.
Homeland Security and ICE call the gloves a de-escalation device. U.S. Ambassador to Israel Mike Huckabee is condemning the actions of Jewish settlers on the West Bank who besieged the home of an American-Palestinian family. For days, dozens of men have been throwing stones at the house. You're listening to ABC News.
I'm not one to say I told you so, but I switched to Pure Talk over a year ago, and ever since, I've been telling people there's no better wireless company out there. Well, a few months ago, a massive survey was conducted. 123,000 people were asked to rate their wireless carrier in 4 categories: coverage, support, data, and overall value. Well, the results are in. Guess which wireless company was the only wireless company to get 5 stars in every category? Yeah, Pure Talk. 5 stars, every category. To celebrate, Pure Talk is offering the first 3 months of any plan for just $15 a month, including their top-tier unlimited plan. No contract, no commitment, just a very inexpensive way to test drive the only American wireless company with 5 stars in every category. Just dial pound 250, say micro, and Pure Talk's U.S. customer service will take it from there. Again, pound 250 micro. And yes, I told you so.
There was only one winner in the big Powerball jackpot last night. Somebody from Quincy, Illinois, along the Mississippi River, bought the sole winning ticket and won the billion-dollar jackpot, the lump sum, about $450 million. Possible plea deal will be discussed tomorrow in the Luigi Mangione murder case. ABC News learning that during tomorrow's hearing, those pursuing the federal case against him could announce a plea agreement. Mangione charged with killing United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson in 2024. Reaction continuing to come in to Milwaukee County Executive David Crowley's victory over Democratic Socialist Francesca Hong in the Wisconsin Democratic gubernatorial primary. ABC's Jay O'Brien.
This was largely a comeback victory, if you will, for the party establishment. It was a stinging blow to progressives, and it comes amid this overall context of this kind of battle for the soul of the Democratic Party that's been playing out for months.
An 8-year-old boy from Pennsylvania reeling in a truly unexpected catch while fishing with his dad at a lake just outside Philadelphia. Michael Coffey wasn't sure what his son Seamus had caught, but his son knew.
I was like, oh, it's like a bluegill. I don't know what this is. And he said, it's a piranha.
Little boy asked by a reporter.
How'd you know it was a piranha? Because I watch YouTube.
Because he watched YouTube. The piranha, a scavenger freshwater fish typically found in South American lakes and rivers. Likely someone dumped it. I'm Sherry Preston, ABC News.
In a recent survey of 123,000 wireless customers, Pure Talk was the only wireless company to receive 5 stars in every category: coverage, support, value, and data. What else do you need to know? Switch to Pure Talk today and get any plan, including their top shelf unlimited data plan, for just $15 a month for your first 3 months. No contract, no commitment. Dial pound 250, say micro, and let Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team help you make the switch.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Unofficial results from the Connecticut primary show 23% of registered Democrats voted in Tuesday's election. That turnout was lower than the 2018 primary between Ned Lamont and Bridgeport's Joe Ganim. That year, 29% of eligible Democrats showed up at the polls. Over 4,000 United Illuminating customers are without power this morning due to downed trees and power lines in the Milford and Orange area. Eversource customers haven't been affected as severely, although there are over 300 reported outages in Norwalk. Staying in Norwalk, an e-bike rider is recovering from serious injuries following a crash involving another vehicle earlier this week. The collision happened at the intersection of Osborne Avenue and Fort Point Street. The e-bike operator was taken to Norwalk Hospital for treatment. And Darien Little League defeated Port Washington, New York 8-4 yesterday to fight off elimination in the Metro Regional Tournament. The win earns the team a berth in the Metro Regional Tournament final against New Jersey. The winner will advance to the Little League World Series in Williamsport. For the Voice of Connecticut, WICC, I'm John Kamal.
Okay, John, thanks. Sponsored this time around by the fine folks at Kitchen Corner in Fairfield. Visit Kitchen Corner in Fairfield, the headquarters for your cooking needs and entertaining essentials, too, offering expert knife sharpening. 203-374-1118. Once again, 203-374-1118, or check them out, kitchen-corner.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Delays now heading in through Bridgeport and Fairfield on the Turnpike southbound. Some slow go too on the 25A connector heading to the merge of 95. Parkway so far is in good shape this morning. Just keep the speed down there. Numerous roads closed in Milford, around Orange and West Haven, and power outages too. Trees down, power lines down because of those storms that came through last night. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
WICC 695.9, the Voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Today will be partly sunny, warm, and moderately humid in the low to mid 80s. Partly cloudy tonight in the low 60s. Sunny, warm, and less humid tomorrow in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
I never really thought of glasses being part of my wardrobe until I visited Kennedy & Perkins Guild Opticians here in Milford. They helped me find 2 pairs of glasses that fit my style, from everyday wear to designer frames. Family owned since 1946, Kennedy & Perkins is known for personalized service and the latest lens technology, plus an incredible selection from brands like Tom Ford, Gucci, Chanel, and Prada. Visit their newest location here in Milford on the Boston Post Road or any of their 6 locations across the state. Visit KennedyandPerkins.com and tell them Melissa sent you.
Hi, I'm Noah, and I'm 8 years old and live with my mom and sister. When school's in, I get breakfast and lunch. Sometimes it's the best part of my day. Summer means those meals go away. There's many days we go to bed hungry. Did you know 1 in 4 kids in our area lives in poverty like us? Because of friends like you, the Bridgeport Rescue Mission has really helped feed us when we can't afford food. Will you please be my hero and donate to BridgeportRescueMission.org?
The Adventures of Medicare Man, presented by Vontel Insurance. Episode 4. Medicare Man is back from vacation and preparing for open enrollment. You should be too. How, you ask? Put together a list of your doctors and medications and make your appointment with Vontel Insurance now. October 15th is coming. Are you ready? Go to VontelInsurance.com to schedule your free consultation in their new Trumbull location. Don't wait or you might be late. Call now. Open enrollment is coming. Get prepared.
Are you sick and tired of paying high prices for Continental tires? Then get to Town Fair Tire for the lowest price you'll find anywhere. Yes, the guaranteed lowest price on every Continental tire. Plus, at Town Fair, you get free services for life. Think about it. Why look anywhere else for Continental tires when Town Fair gives you the guaranteed lowest price plus free services for life? Nobody beats a Town Fair tire deal. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
A look at the news near your neighborhood. The Fairfield University Graduate and Professional Studies around the region. Now on Melissa in the Morning, WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yeah, hey, how are you? Good morning, good morning, good morning. 6:09, almost 6:10 here on a kind of a rainy, drizzly, early Thursday morning. Paula for Melissa. Melissa in the Morning right here at WICC 600 AM, 95.9 FM, and online. voiceofct.com. Before we get to some of the other stories here, let's give you an update on the power situation. As John mentioned there in the news, a few hundred Eversource customers scattered statewide without power. 300 of those 700 or 800, by the way, are in the city of Norwalk. So we have 303 customers out in Norwalk. Now the UI situation, a little more numerous here at this very moment. About 4,100 customers are out due to 21 separate outages, lines being down, trees being down in the UI service area. That is as of about 10 or 11 minutes ago, right before the top of the hour at 6. The vast majority of those are in the city of Milford. So, in fact, Milford in particular, you have about 1,600 people. I'm sorry, town of Orange. I'm sorry, Orange is the hardest hit, I should say. About 1,600 people in the town of Orange out. So that's about 23% of the UI customer base in Orange is out. So we go from there. All right, to the regional look and seeing what's going on. In the city of Hartford, we start out of the capital city, where records show that former Hartford Treasurer Carmen Sierra was harassing an employee. A document obtained by the Hartford Courant showing that an investigation into a complaint regarding Sierra's statements on November 5 of 2025 met the threshold of harassment. Sierra stepping down from her elected position as treasurer in July, but was escorted out of the office 2 days later when she was found rummaging through the building. She denies any wrongdoing or purposeful shredding of documents. Unofficial results from primary day, 23% of registered Democrats voting in the Tuesday election. The turnout lower than the 2018 primary between Governor Ned Lamont and Bridgeport's Joe Ganim. That year, 29% of eligible Democrats showed up at the polls. A man is suffering from life-threatening injuries after a three-vehicle crash involving a motorcycle. It happened around 5:30 p.m. off Gospel Lane in Portland on Wednesday. Investigators say the bike was traveling north, hit the side of an SUV that was turning left. The cyclist ejected, landing in the southbound lane where he was hit by a third vehicle. Anybody who may have seen exactly what happened being asked to contact the Portland, Connecticut Police Department. Investigators saying they seized 50 bags of heroin during a recent traffic stop in the city of Waterbury. Cops conducting a patrol stop near Branch Street when they noticed a vehicle committing multiple traffic violations. Cops arresting the driver at Luis Arroyo for improper parking, illegal window tint, insufficient insurance, failure to display a number plate, driving with a suspended license, and possession of narcotics with intent to sell. The passenger, Danielle Sitkovich, was found to have 2 active warrants, taken into custody, also charged with possession of narcotics. Multiple parks in the city of Waterbury will be getting improvements over the next several months. Berkeley, Bucks Hill, Washington, and Waterville parks are all going to get enhancements. Baseball fields, basketball and tennis courts, and HVAC systems will all be getting upgrades throughout the early fall. The park supervisor in Bridgeport, John Collar, saying the upgrades are designed to improve the quality of life. In the city of New Haven, police there investigating a deadly stabbing on Orange Street. A woman in her 40s found stabbed at the apartments at the Housing Authority of New Haven yesterday afternoon. The victim died from her injuries. One person detained in connection with that. Two men who were wrongfully imprisoned for a 1999 robbery and murder in New Haven awarded settlements. Vernon Horm and Marquise Jackson each awarded a settlement of $15.2 million on Tuesday. Horn and Jackson initially convicted of murder and robbery in connection with the deadly shooting of 22-year-old Caprice Hardy during a robbery at the Dixwell Deli in January of 1999. Criminal charges dismissed in 2018. Horn and Jackson were released from prison. A man is dead following a stabbing in New Haven. Cops say a 37-year-old man was involved in a fight at a New Haven library branch yesterday. Both the victim and the suspect asked to leave. The argument continued outside, the suspect stabbing the victim near Temple and Elm Streets. The victim died from his injuries. A West Haven woman heading to prison for enticing a minor. 43-year-old Elizabeth Jordan sentenced yesterday to 12 years in federal prison. Prosecutors saying Jordan engaged in sexual activity with a 17-year-old back in March of 2024, and the act was live-streamed online. Another suspect, 46-year-old Joshua Bailey, allegedly pressured Jordan into committing that act. Quarter past the hour right here at WICC, 600 AM, 95.9 FM, and, of course, online, voiceofct.com. Amazon is targeting a 384-acre site in the city of Norwich for a new warehouse facility there. The mayor there saying the tax revenue might be just too much for the city to pass on. Amazon is targeting the Norwich Occum Industrial Center off of I-395. Construction of that facility would require 200 workers, and an additional 500 positions would be created once the warehouse is up and fully operational. Before the project can move forward, the city must build an access road and redo the Exit 18 ramps near Route 97. And good news for the Darien Little League. The Little Leaguers of Darien beat Port Washington, New York, 8-4 yesterday, late afternoon, 5 o'clock start. So they fend off elimination in the Metro Region Tournament. Catcher there, Hugh Butler, homering twice, a solo shot in the first inning, two-run homer in the fifth. Butler homering twice in the state championship game over Waterford. The win on Wednesday earns the team a berth in the Metro Region Tournament final against New Jersey. The winner of that one advances to the Little League World Series in Williamsport, Pennsylvania. And that is your look around the region. A lot coming up today if you want to join in on all the fun and merriment. 203-333-9422. Talk or text 333-WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound stop and go. Bridgeport heading in through Fairfield. Delays on the 25A connector in Bridgeport. And a slow ride from Trumbull into Fairfield on the Merritt Parkway. And if you're waking up in Milford or Orange, West Haven this morning, trees down, power lines are down, and lots of debris everywhere this morning as the storm came through last night. Just be aware of it and give yourself plenty of extra time. You might have a blocked street that you might have to go somewhere, but the street could be closed because of this debris. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Partly sunny and warm through this afternoon in the low to mid 80s. Partly cloudy tonight in the low 60s. Friday sunny, warm, and less humid in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Right now, there's one bluefish swimming in Long Island Sound. And this summer, it could make you $25,000 richer. The 44th annual WICC Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth, driven by Stevens Ford Lincoln of Milford, is August 29th and 30th. Land the heaviest bluefish that weekend to wheel in $25,000. There's over $40,000 in cash prizes total. Sign up now at bluefishtournament.com or at your local bait and tackle shop. We'll see you on the Sound. Thanks to Water Doctor, Bridgeport Newport Harbor Marina and Little Pub. We're celebrating 100 years as the voice for Southern Connecticut. WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yeah, hey, how are you? Good morning. It's 6:18, almost 6:19, 203 333-9422, 333 WICC. Talk or text. You want to send me a text, you want to call up on the telephone, we can do that. Partly sunny, windy, breezy today as we dry out a bit, says Paul Piork, with the high in the 80s. Partly cloudy tonight in the 60s, mostly sunny in the 80s tomorrow. Right now, we're at about 68 degrees, give or take a notch or two on the thermometer. Hey, it's Paul Pacelli in for Melissa this morning. How are you? Got the video cameras cranked up this morning, so if you want to see me and be fascinated by me wearing a station T-shirt and talking into a very expensive microphone, we're right here. Go to twitch.com, WICC, or Voice of Connecticut on YouTube, yes. And for the afternoon show, we're working on a Facebook stream, too, as well. So, as Norm has said so far on traffic, and as John has said so far on the news, be careful on the roads this morning. In particular, West Haven, Orange, and Milford areas. A lot of trees were down by the heavy rain that flew into the area overnight. And again, trust me, take it from a guy who got a punctured radiator once because I didn't see a branch that I drove over, and the rest is history. I remember my mechanic looking at the hole and saying, I don't know how you didn't stall out right there. And literally, I drove the thing like for a whole day with like no coolant in the car. So be careful, right? Because even, hey, you say, well, I'll just drive over this. No. You can get your brake lines cut. You can puncture a radiator like I did. So be careful. West Haven, Orange, Milford area. Looking, and by the way, the general Eversource area, the rest of the state north of the shoreline, not too bad, about 800 outages. 300 of those, though, were in Norwalk. So there is a chunk of Norwalk, about 300 Eversource customers that are without power in the part of the city of Norwalk that's on Eversource and doesn't have its own independent power situation the way a couple of taxing districts of Norwalk do. But looking at the numbers right here, West Haven, Orange, and Milford. In Orange, there's about 1,500 people out. There are 4 lines down in the town of Orange. That is affecting about 1,500 people. In the city of Milford, there are 12 lines down, or 12 reported events, 2,500 people in Milford. So roughly about 9% of the city of Milford is in the dark right now. So be careful of that. 9% of Milford is out. 23% of the town of Orange is out as well. West Haven only has just a handful of customers out. And let me look here. Shelton has 1 outage. So basically, to the high extent, Orange and Milford with the major outages here. Once again, 1,500 people out in Orange. That's about 23% of the whole town. City of Milford, about 9% out. That's 2,500 people. And West Haven only has a handful of people out. All right. 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. Yes, somebody hit Powerball. Somebody hit Powerball last night. A Powerball player in the great state of Illinois won. Can you imagine winning $1 billion? Not even $1 million or 100,000. Going to bed. Maybe, who knows? Maybe this person ended up buying the ticket and putting it on the counter somewhere and whatever. And then, oh, yeah, you got to, let me check the ticket. A winning ticket was sold in Illinois Wednesday for Wednesday night's $1.04 billion. The largest Powerball grand prize since last year, by the way, in case you're wondering, 4, 26, 66, 67, and 69. So 4, 26, 66, 67 and 69. The red Powerball was 9. The Power Play multiplier was 2. The winner has not been ID'd. He or she can choose to receive an annuitized prize of $104 billion paid in 30 graduated payments over 29 years, or a lump sum of $450 million. Both of those figures are before taxes. So what's interesting here, so even though the Powerball was listed at $1.04 billion, or $1 billion, I guess 40 million is 1.04. If you took the lump sum, it would be 450 million. And then if you're taxed on that, you're probably, now look, even if you're left with about 250 or $300 million, you've just taken care of your family for the next 200, 300 years, if it's handled right. Close to Connecticut here, 1 ticket sold in Massachusetts. Drew 5 of the 6 numbers with the Power Play multiplier. That ticket in Massachusetts is worth $2 million. 5 tickets sold across 4 states: Arizona, California, Florida, and North Carolina won $1 million each. Wednesday's drawing, the first billion-dollar jackpot since a player in Arkansas took home $1.8 billion on Christmas Eve last year. It's amazing, isn't it? You hear about these Powerball jackpots, these mega jackpots, and if you're like me, you say, well, wait a minute, I understand they've got the math figured out and the money is probably invested by the states to do this, but you know, I wonder over the years if there's ever been, I mean, I don't know, has anybody ever, has anything ever, you know, happened or come into fruition where you run out of money to pay these people? I guess not. We would hear about it, right? But every couple of months there's $1 billion, $200 million, $900, $700 million, and it's wild that I guess they have this all figured out and scoping out the average ticket sales and how much they need to put in these investments to make sure that the winners get their money. So there you go. All right, a lot more coming up here. 203-333-9422, 333 WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Turnpike southbound is slow, 27A in Bridgeport right into Black Rock Turnpike and Fairfield Rest area. We're dealing with Volume 2 trouble to Fairfield heading on the Merritt Parkway southbound. Big cleanup going on in West Haven, Milford, and Orange right now. Trees, power lines down, storm that blew in through here last night, causing a lot of damage this morning and a lot of power outages too. Just be aware when you leave your house today that you might not be able to go on the road that you usually go on because of downed trees or even power lines. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Today will be partly sunny, warm, and moderately humid in the low to mid 80s. Partly cloudy tonight in the low 60s. Sunny, warm, and less humid tomorrow in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Hi, this is David from Standard Oil. If you use propane to heat your home, now is the right time to sign up for automatic delivery and our award-winning service. We deliver propane for heating your home, propane for your cooktop, propane for your pool heater, and propane for your generator. We can even install a new propane fireplace in time for the holiday festivities. Most importantly, our technicians work 24/7 to provide you with the absolute best service possible. So for all your heating oil, air conditioning, and propane needs, call Standard Oil today or visit us online at standardoil.com.
Ever notice that feeling your worst also seems to happen at the worst time in the worst places? Like sudden nausea at 9 p.m. when you're out of town. Really? Now? Fortunately, with Hartford Healthcare's HHC 24/7 app, you can get answers, diagnosis, prescriptions, even speak live with clinicians anytime, anywhere. So maybe there's never a good time to be sick, but at least the best care's always there. Download the app at your app store or hhc247.org.
Hi, I'm Lee Gainham, that garden guy from Gainham's Garden Center and Florist in Fairfield. Do you have questions about your garden? Tune into that garden guy Sunday mornings at 9 for an hour of lively talk about your favorite pastime. We'll have weekly do's and don'ts and gardening tips of the week for our specific area, and we'll take your phone calls so we can offer solutions to problems you may be having in your lawn and garden right now. Call in and talk with me, that garden guy, Sunday mornings at 9 on WICC 600 and 95.9.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. Mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Join the Voice of Connecticut and City of Bridgeport Standard Oil and Propane Backpack Give Back, 999 Broad Street, Bridgeport, Saturday, 10 to 1. Thanks to Abriola Parkview Funeral Home.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Over 4,000 United Illuminating customers are without power this morning due to downed trees and power lines in the Milford and Orange area. Several trees were knocked down, including a large tree on Woodruff Road, where crews were working around 4:30 this morning. The storm also produced isolated flooding and hail in parts of the state. Eversource customers haven't been affected as severely, although there are currently over 300 reported outages in Norwalk. Connecticut consumers are getting a couple of breaks on the sales tax this year thanks to changes included in the state budget. Governor Ned Lamont says sales taxes are no longer being collected on non-electronic school supplies, including pens, pencils, crayons, binders, and lunchboxes. The change took effect July 1st and is expected to save Connecticut consumers about $6 million a year. The state's also expanding its annual sales tax-free week, which this year will cover most clothing and footwear priced under $300 per item, up from the previous $100 limit. The tax-free week, which starts this coming Sunday, will also include additional items such as backpacks and cleats, giving families more opportunities to save during the back-to-school shopping season. Unofficial results from the Connecticut primary showed 23% of registered Democrats voted in Tuesday's election. The turnout was lower than the 2018 primary between Ned Lamont and Bridgeport's Joe Ganim. That year, 29% of eligible Democrats showed up at the polls. On the other end of the spectrum, turnout this year was over 40% in Bethlehem, Heartland, and West Hartford for Democrats. Numbers from the Secretary of State's office show Lamont won a majority of votes over challenger Josh Elliott in all but 3 towns, Scotland, Chaplin, and Woodstock. Norwalk Marine has officially purchased the Stratford property it's called home for the past 15 years. The construction company paid $1.6 million for the 4-acre site at 245 Access Road, which includes a 25,000 square foot building. Norwalk Marine specializes in marine and geotechnical construction, including pile driving, excavation support, and bulkheads, and owner Louis Skip Gardella told CT Insider that the company is still continuing to grow its geotechnical business. Staying in Norwalk, an e-bike rider is recovering from serious injuries following a crash involving another vehicle earlier this week. Police say the collision happened around 2:41 p.m. at the intersection of Osborne Avenue and Fort Point Street, and the e-bike operator was taken to Norwalk Hospital for treatment. Authorities have not released additional details about what led to the crash, but Dr. Shea Gregg from St. Vincent's Medical Center said that e-bike accidents have become a common problem for riders of all ages.
In the trauma center, we are seeing injuries that occur from 6 years old all the way up to 50, 60, 70 years old. So is there a safe age? The answer is you have to be able to control a motorized bike. You have to be smart enough and willing to wear the appropriate safety gear.
And Darien Little League defeated Port Washington, New York 8-4 yesterday to fight off elimination in the Metro Regional Tournament. Catcher Hugh Butler homered twice with a solo shot in the first inning and a two-run homer in the fifth. Butler also homered twice in the state championship game over Waterford. The win yesterday earns the team a berth in the Metro Regional Tournament final against New Jersey. The winner will advance to the Little League World Series in Williamsport. For the Voice of Connecticut, WICC, I'm John Kamal.
Yeah, thank you, John. Sponsored this time around by Hall Neighborhood House. Hall Neighborhood House, celebrating 140 years of helping Bridgeport children, families, and seniors. Hall Neighborhood House, the heart of Bridgeport for 140 years. Learn more online, hallneighborhoodhouse.org.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Delays heavy now on 95 southbound 27A in Bridgeport right through Fairfield. Slow going in Trumbull to Fairfield on the Parkway. Numerous trees, power lines down in Milford, Orange, and West Haven this morning. That's the aftermath of the storms that blew in through here last night, so just be aware of that. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Partly sunny and warm through this afternoon in the low to mid 80s. Partly cloudy tonight in the low 60s. Friday sunny, warm, and less humid in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Pioric on WICC.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance, the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
Get a pound of fries with a half pound of beef or chicken. Shawarma's looking delicious. Get a pound of fries with a half pound of beef or chicken. 8-piece falafel, it's delicious.
Announcing loaded fries at AB's Falafel. 1 pound of fries, half pound of beef or chicken shawarma, plus pickles, onions, cherry tomatoes, and drizzled with tahini. Come try this new delicious item. AB's Falafel, 10 Broadway Road in Trumbull. Come get yours.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-727-9105. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-727-9105. 800-727-9105. 800-727-9105.
On your radio, on our app, and even on your smart speaker. WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Back to Melissa in the morning.
Yeah, good morning. It's 6:37, almost 6:38, 22. On the short side of 7 o'clock, 203-333-9422, 333. WICC, Paul Pacelli in here for Melissa, taking a few days off. She'll be back on Monday. Happy to be putting the big chair here at WICC 600 AM, 95.9 FM, and, of course, online voice of CT.com. as Norm has been telling us with traffic, be careful, particularly if you're in the heavily wooded areas of Orange, West Haven, and Milford. Got some trees down. Got about 4,000 people, give or take a few hundred, in the Orange, Milford, and West Haven areas without power. And UI, of course, the crews are working at it already. Once again, Orange at last check. This was updated just a few minutes ago. Orange has about 23% of the entire town is without electricity, about 1,500 folks there. City of Milford, about 9% without electricity, about 25 or 2,600 people there. And be careful, too, on mornings like this, you know, because especially if you're out there before the sun comes up, it's dark, you're used to seeing the street lights there or the crossing signals there, and, you know, you're thinking of what's going on during the day, and you don't react to the fact that, whoa, you know, that street light is out at that four-way stop, and boy, that was close. So be careful doing all that. All right, another check of traffic and weather together coming up. 68 degrees, by the way. So the storms, Paul Bjork will tell us momentarily, I guess slowly moving out, a little damp the next couple of days. Nothing too crazy. 203-333 9422-333 WICC. You heard John on the news there talking about the turnout for the primaries that we had on Tuesday. The big one, of course, well, two big ones yesterday. Check that on Tuesday, 2 days ago. It's Thursday, Paul, not Wednesday. I know you were on Wednesday, but you went home and slept, and now it's Thursday. Of course, the big Democratic primary, Ned Lamont getting roughly 68% of the vote, 68-32 over Josh Elliott, the current state rep in Hamden, who is still going to run for re-election to his seat, so he's not going anywhere. So the Democrats had a large statewide primary, and there were some scattered primaries, too, for other seats, probate judge, state legislature for Democrats and Republicans alike. But the big one, the biggie, was Ned Lamont v. Josh Elliott. And, of course, that primary between four-person battle in the 1st Congressional District, Greater Hartford. Luke Bronin, how about that? Luke Bronin getting national attention to Connecticut here, pulling off, some would say it was an upset. If you heard me on the afternoon show, I had that pegged months ago. The minute I saw Luke Bronin get in, I say he's going to win. All due respect to John Larson, but, you know, you're 78 or 79 or almost 8, however old he is, it's time. It's time for a change. In fact, even Luke Bronin talked about this in a quick hit with CNN yesterday, as that Connecticut 1st District battle seen as a little bit of a bellwether for some new, younger, more vital Democrats.
Do you think this should be kind of a blaring warning sign to an older generation of Democratic politicians, not just in the House or in the Senate, but also who may be considering a run in 2028 for president?
Look, what I'd say is I just think we'd be a stronger party if more of our leaders recognize that part of leadership is knowing when it's time to pass the torch. That, you know, and that we can't be for democracy and not for competition. What produces a stronger party is one where people compete to see who's the most effective at building a coalition, building a movement, carrying the message. I think we've got to be a lot more open to change, a lot more open to new voices. And it's really important that we recognize that, you know, when everything is at stake and when things aren't working, we cannot just keep doing the same thing.
All right, there's Luke Bronin, the former mayor of Hartford, Yale guy, Fairfield County guy, right? So looks like, barring a cataclysmic upset in the 1st Congressional District, he's going to be the newest and freshest face, if you will, in Congress from Connecticut, replacing who will be soon to be former Congressman John Larson. And this, listen, nothing against Mr. Larson, but, you know, Luke Bronin said, paraphrasing in that sound clip, he said, hey, you got to be for competition. You got to be for new blood within a party. And it's making headlines now again because the Republican Party has been going through this for 10 years with Mr. Trump. So now it's simply the Democrats' turn. It's nothing. I mean, it's nothing cataclysmic. This happens. People get older. They retire. New ideas, fresh ideas, younger ideas. Now, some of those ideas to some people may come as, something shocking out of left field going, hey, whoa, where do you come with that? Well, listen, this is how the whole idea works. This is how the American political system works. Just because your grandfather or your grandmother or the people you grew up with across the street, whatever, just because they believed something, it doesn't believe that thinking stays around. I say on the afternoon time, on the afternoon show all the time, and I'm serious about this. And I don't care what party it is or whomever you're voting for or against. Things change. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be ageist here, but you cannot tell me that a politician in their late 60s or 70s or 80s can have a full understanding of something that is affecting their constituents in their 20s and 30s. Not saying you can't understand some of it, but parties have to evolve. They have to change. And sometimes the change is gradual, and then sometimes it just, boom, it comes on and it hits you right between the eyes. So there you go. The former mayor of Hartford, Luke Bronin, now likely going to be the only change in Connecticut. Likely, now, cataclysmic things have happened, but likely to be the only change in Connecticut's congressional delegation. It would seem, barring a major miracle on the Republican side, which is not going to happen, it would seem to reason that Jim Himes and Johanna Hayes and Rosa DeLauro and Joe Courtney are all going to be reelected there. People make the choice, and sometimes on both sides of the aisle, the choices maintain themselves over and over and over and over and over and over and over again.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Delays on the Turnpike southbound Bridgeport into Fairfield. Slow going from Trumbull to Fairfield on the Merritt Parkway. Milford, Orange, West Haven, numerous trees down, power lines down. You're going to have to use alternate routes to get around most of those areas as crews are out there trying to get everything fixed. But what a mess from all those big storms that blew in through last night. Just give yourself plenty of extra drive time this morning. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Yeah, there are a lot of branches out there, a lot of stuff on the roads. Got about 4,000 people without power in the UI area, about 1,000 statewide with Eversource. Paul Pior joins us. Paul, good morning.
Other than that, how is your morning going?
Yeah. So what happened, Paul? Was this expected overnight or what?
Well, the thunderstorms were expected, but the severity was not.
No, really? Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
So, the Milford, Woodbridge, Orange, Shelton, Upper Route 8 areas, they got hammered with very gusty winds, vivid lightning, heavy rain. Even in Bridgeport, we had more than an inch last night.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. So what happened? So what changes in the short term, Paul, to say, "Whoa, we didn't think they'd be this bad"? Just the nature of weather, or what?
Nature of weather is a great answer, but it got very humid in a hurry late last night. And we said this before. When it gets very humid out, the atmosphere is very volatile, like a sponge. And anything will just trigger that sponge to be, wrung out. And that's what happened last night. We had a dew point that climbed into the upper 60s by later in the evening. Earlier in the day, the air was fairly dry. We had dew points in the 50s. And then, wow, by midnight, it got very, very humid. And then we had that line, that front move on by. And all that needed was a spark. And we had some thunderstorms that were very strong.
So humidity then, Paul, is essentially the fuel of storms. Is that the way it works?
It's one of the many ingredients for the storms, obviously. But, this summer, you felt it. This has been an extremely humid summer.
Mm-hmm.
We have had daytime dew points in the mid-70s, and that is very rare for this area.
Interesting. So what are we looking at, Paul, for the next few days?
All right, so we've got some better weather on the way after not one but two rounds of thunderstorms last night. The first one around 1:30 in the morning that gave us nearly 3/4 of an inch of rain. The second just before daybreak, and now we're seeing a little bit of the sun. So we begin with a reading of 70 in Bridgeport. Our dew point is still 69. That will be on the way down during the morning. Why? The wind has shifted out of the north, and right now that wind is north at about 5. So partly sunny through this afternoon. There may be a random shower late, but not a big deal, at least right now. With an afternoon high getting up into the lower 80s, you may see a little smoke, a thin veil of smoke from the Canadian wildfires later this afternoon. Tonight, generally fair, with an overnight low in the mid-60s. Friday, sunny with a high in the low 80s. Saturday, sunny and dry with a high in the low 80s. Sunday, a few afternoon thunderstorms with a high in the low 80s. Right now, we have readings of 70 in Bridgeport. That dew point, 69, that'll be on the way down. And by midday and early afternoon, it will feel less humid. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS right now. Everything you need to start your day. Melissa in the morning on the Voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
All righty. Thank you, Mr. Voiceover Man. Appreciate that. 203-333-9422. Yes. 333-WICC. So if you're just getting out of bed doing the old stretcher, get everything working there. Just check out around your home, especially if you are in a thickly wooded area. And most areas of Milford, Orange, and West Haven are a bit thickly wooded there. So be advised of that. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. As John was mentioning in the news, they're doing the turnout numbers for the primaries on Tuesday, right about, and I thought this would be, I was talking about this on the afternoon show, I thought we'd be looking at 25% turnout statewide. Turned out that 23% of registered Democrats voted in Tuesday's election. That number is 23% according to early unofficial results from the Secretary of the State's office. It's according to a story here in the Connecticut Mirror. The results for individual towns, many of them still pending yesterday afternoon. Turnout this year lower than for the last gubernatorial primary. That's when Ned Lamont faced a challenge from, yes, Bridgeport Mayor Joe Ganim. Remember that? In Governor Lamont's first go-around back in 2018. In that primary year, with that the soon-to-be governor won handily, 29% of eligible Democrats came to the polls. But in some towns, says here, Democrats showed up, turnout above 41% in Bethlehem, Heartland, and, of course, West Hartford as well. West Hartford, a very, very engaged locale. And, of course, one of their state reps, Jillian Gilchrist, was one of 4 people, along with Ruth Fortune and Luke Bronin and John Larson, involved in that first district primary. Fairfield County sees a lower Democratic turnout than the rest of the state. Fairfield County, what's up with that? I'm looking at one of these graphics here on the Connecticut Mirror, and the blue is noticeably lighter in Fairfield County than it is in other parts of the state. I don't know why. I mean, isn't the governor a favorite son of Fairfield County? And Ryan Fowler, well, there was nothing in contention for the Republicans yesterday. As far as people who thought there may have been funny business at the polls or there may have been irregularities, the State Elections Enforcement Commission reported that it got 79 calls to its hotline on Tuesday. That's according to an attorney, the senior counsel there, Joshua Foley. Hamden, Southington, and Norwich reported issues with tabulators, but according to Foley, registrars handled it properly, quote unquote. There had been no reports of suspected voter fraud. All right. So in a statewide primary where, you're getting this amount of people, I get 79 calls, bad, good, I don't know. I was not one of the people that called the elections enforcement hotline. I can tell you that. I didn't. There was no primary that I had a possible vote in, so I watched everything from the sidelines or whatever. All right, so turnout down a bit in Fairfield County. Overall turnout for the big gubernatorial primary, something right around 23%. I figured 25. So I was, give me the 2%, will you? All right. It's tough to get people to come out for primaries in this state. I mean, now there have been people who will argue, well, you should do them either earlier before people are on vacation or do them a little bit later, into September when people come back and the fall is knocking at the door and this, that, and the other. But you know what I've always thought on that, and you can agree with me or not at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. I've always thought that if you're interested enough in the race or in the primary, whether it's a state house primary, a state senate primary, a statewide primary, maybe for a seat in Congress or a seat in the Senate, whatever, I've always thought that if you're interested enough, you'll find a way to vote. And I've always thought that the turnout numbers, kind of obvious, Paul, don't you think? Yeah. Well, the turnout numbers will, illustrate the overall interest people have in something. I've always thought, and if you listen to me in the afternoon for any length, you always hear me say this: you can't force people to care. You can't. You cannot. You cannot force people to care. They either care or they don't. And if they feel there's something at stake in some manner of a regular or general election or anything to do with a primary, they'll vote. If they feel disconnected or disinterested, they won't.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Not seeing any accidents this morning. Turnpike 95 southbound, slow from Bridgeport into Fairfield, building volume in Westport, and also Norwalk around Connecticut Avenue. Southbound on the Merritt Parkway, stop and go through Trumbull. Very heavy now as you approach the Fairfield rest area. Numerous road closures in Milford, Orange, and West Haven this morning due to last night's storm. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Today will be partly sunny, warm, and moderately humid in the low to mid 80s. Partly cloudy tonight in the low 60s. Sunny, warm, and less humid tomorrow in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You work too hard to leave your business unprotected. Whether it's after-hours break-ins, employee access, security cameras, alarms, or knowing what's happening when you're away, Trumbull-based Property Protection Consulting has you covered. PPC designs, installs, and services security cameras designed to your business from one location to multiple facilities. Property Protection Consulting will protect your people, your property, and your peace of mind. Property Protection Consulting, your business security company. PPCalarms.com.
Hi, my name is Hayden and I'm a Wish kid. When my wish to go to Disney World came true, it gave me hope. But getting there meant flying, and that's where you guys come in. By donating your unused airline miles to Make-A-Wish Connecticut, you can help kids like me travel to the places we only dreamed about. Please donate today at cc.wish.org/miles.
Thanks to the generous partnership of Galt Energy and Home Solutions, wishes like Hayden's can become a reality.
Texting enrolls you in recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text SPARK to 215-215 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text SPARK to 215-215. That's SPARK to 215-215.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
When we say you can listen to the voice of Connecticut anywhere, we really mean it. You can stream us at work or listen in your car. And that's just on your phone. We've totally redesigned our smartphone app, and now it's easier to use. Listen live, find podcasts, keep up to date with everything going on in Connecticut, and it's still totally free. Just go to your app store now and search for WICC.
Be safe, look after yourself, and look after one another.
Text BRAVE to 24365 to find out how you can help today.
WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut. WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven. Locally owned by Connoisseur Media, the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 488 Studios.
From ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. The Pentagon still withholding the names of the 2 soldiers killed when their Apache attack helicopter crashed near Fort Hood in Texas.
Video from the scene shows smoke rising above a field between Waco and Austin.
We received 911 calls regarding a helicopter that had crashed.
Cliff Coleman is with the Bell County Sheriff's Office.
You could tell it was a violent crash.
The Apache attack helicopter went down southeast of the sprawling Fort Hood Army Post, where the aircraft and crew were based. The crash sparked a wildfire that was still being fought this morning. Jim Ryan, ABC News in Dallas-Fort Worth.
From the plains of Texas to the waters of the Middle East, where the families of U.S. service members are raising alarm about poor living conditions and long deployments on board the USS Abraham Lincoln.
The Navy Times and Stars and Stripes report multiple sailors have tried to jump overboard. One wife saying her husband reached a breaking point after his deployment kept getting extended. Families reportedly confronted Navy leaders at town halls last week, describing moldy showers, broken toilets, food shortages, and no soap or toothpaste.
The Navy tells ABC News the war did disrupt supply lines, but the ship now has clean water and healthy meals. The Navy also says there are counselors and chaplains on board. Extreme flash floods across the Midwest and Ohio Valley. Ohio Governor Mike DeWine says teams carried out multiple water rescues outside Columbus to the town of Crooksville.
These communities have been hit exceedingly hard in a historic way. They've been hit before with water challenges, but this certainly is the worst.
Tropical storm Hernan is formed in the Pacific, but it's not threatening land. If you bought your Powerball ticket at the Hy-Vee Fast and Fresh in Quincy, Illinois, you might want to take a look at the numbers this morning. Only one person matched the Powerball to win the jackpot of just over $1 billion. They bought it there. Lump sum payout, $450 million. This is ABC News.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Nearly a dozen people have been arrested for their role in what Justice Department officials say was one of the largest marriage scams in history, involving mostly Chinese nationals and American citizens.
The foreign nationals paid as much as $100,000 each, and the Americans were allegedly paid $30,000 to say, "I do." The marriages even came with an unusual prenup, a clause stipulating that the husband and wife could live separate lives and have nothing to do with one another.
That's ABC's Sophie Flay. New York Governor Kathy Hochul responding to new actions by the Trump administration, not renewing federal contracts with nearly 100 legal service providers that represent unaccompanied minors through the immigration process. In response, Governor Kathy Hochul says the state will spend more than $7 million of its money, as there are 1,400 unaccompanied minors in New York alone.
These cruel, depraved decisions can be a death warrant for our kids, whose only sin was being born in poverty or in a country consumed with political violence, and their parents decide they're better off leaving.
President Trump's press secretary Caroline Leavitt is leaving. She just gave birth to her second child and says she wants to spend more time with her and her son. So she is quitting her job behind the podium. All of President Trump's cabinet members praise the job she's done during President Trump's second term. Sherry Preston, ABC News.
In a recent survey of 123,000 wireless customers, Pure Talk was the only wireless company to receive 5 stars in every category: coverage, support, value, and data. What else do you need to know? Switch to Pure Talk today and get any plan, including their top shelf unlimited data plan, for just $15 a month for your first 3 months. No contract, no commitment. Dial pound 250, say micro, and let Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team help you make the switch.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Unofficial results from the Connecticut primary show 23% of registered Democrats voted in Tuesday's election. That turnout was lower than the 2018 primary between Ned Lamont and Bridgeport's Joe Ganim. That year, 29% of eligible Democrats showed up at the polls. Over 4,000 United Illuminating customers are without power this morning due to downed trees and power lines in the Milford and Orange area. Eversource customers haven't been affected as severely, although there are over 300 reported outages in Norwalk. Staying in Norwalk, an e-bike rider is recovering from serious injuries following a crash involving another vehicle earlier this week. The collision happened at the intersection of Osborne Avenue and Fort Point Street. The e-bike operator was taken to Norwalk Hospital for treatment. And Darien Little League defeated Port Washington, New York 8-4 yesterday to fight off elimination in the Metro Regional Tournament. The win earns the team a berth in the Metro Regional Tournament final against New Jersey. The winner will advance to the Little League World Series in Williamsport. For the Voice of Connecticut, WICC, I'm John Kamal.
Okay, John, right you are. Brought to you this time around by M.J. Thomas Jewelers. Hey, looking to buy or sell gold? Well, visit M.J. Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all of your gold needs. Check them out. More information online, mjthomas.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Delays heavy now in Bridgeport through Fairfield, southbound 95. Also, as you come through Norwalk into Darien. And a slow ride, Trumbull to Fairfield on the Parkway southbound. Still many road closures in West Haven and Orange and Milford because of last night's stormy activity. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
WICC 695.9, the Voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Today will be partly sunny, warm, and moderately humid in the low to mid 80s. Partly cloudy tonight in the low 60s. Sunny, warm, and less humid tomorrow in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
At Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull, we understand that planning for life's milestones is important. But what about planning for your funeral? While it may be difficult to consider, pre-planning can ease the burden on your loved ones during a challenging time. By planning now, you can ensure that your wishes are honored without leaving emotional or financial strain on your family. Visit Abriola.com to learn more about our compassionate pre-planning services. Plan today for peace of mind tomorrow.
Hey, it's Steve Basso from Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC again. There's no better time than right now to service or repair that AC system. Even install new or replace your existing system. Did you know high-efficiency ductless systems use up to 50% less electricity? Call us today at 203-335-0224. That's 203-335-0224. On the web at bassophac.com. And remember, everything's better with Basso.
A collision on a motorcycle isn't like any other accident. A lot of lawyers don't understand that, probably because they've never been on a bike. At the law firm of Trantolo & Trantolo, we ride, and we get it. If you're hurt on your bike, you need somebody who understands what you're going through, who knows how to get you the money you deserve and how to get you back on the road. If you're injured on a motorcycle, don't fight solo. Trantolo & Trantolo. Get your free case assessment at trantololaw.com. That's trantololaw.com.
This is where Southport starts the day. Melissa in the morning on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Hey there. Good morning, good morning, good morning. It's 7:09, almost 7:10. Paul Pacelli here, the afternoon guy, in for the award-winning Melissa in the Morning program right here on WICC. Melissa off for a few days. She will be back on Monday. Open phones if you want to chime in on anything, talk or text. Text messaging system is up and underway here as well with me in the seat at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Yesterday, as I am wanting to do every Wednesday afternoon at 5:15, chatting about all things political and big story-wise around the state with Dan Haar from Hearst, Connecticut Media. We talked about the primary results from earlier this week, but Dan began his segment with me yesterday talking about the death or the word that former Lieutenant Governor Nancy Wyman had passed away at the age of 80, and Dan reflected back on her legacy in Connecticut politics.
Everybody today is saying that everybody loved her and nobody had a bad word to say about her. We wrote that about her when she was in the middle of the battle. So this is not one of these, nice obituary things. This is the real deal. This woman seems to have had no enemies. Now, I'm not in the room everywhere, certainly during the Malloy administration when she was the lieutenant governor for all 8 years after being comptroller for more than a decade, comptroller.
Yeah.
I wrote an open letter to her to not run for governor because she was not likely to win and it would tarnish her reputation.
Really?
And the first line of the letter was, "We all love you. Your fellow Democrats love you. Even a lot of Republicans love you, though you'd never see that on the campaign trail for governor in 2018. That was when she was in the throes of deciding whether to run and did not run. So that's the first thing, is that she really, truly was beloved because she cared about, in a genuine way, she wanted to tell stories and listen to other people's stories and listen to what problems people have and help solve them. And then the second thing is that word listen, is that she was exceptionally good at listening to people instead of making it be about her.
Yeah, that is, believe me, you and I know that over the years. We've heard that, and those are the successful people, in our business and in politics as well. Now let's shift to the political end of it. Tuesday, before we get to the Luke Bronin victory, which I knew was going to happen for months, the Ned Lamont and Josh Elliott race, is it about what you expected? The plurality was about 2-1. I was surprised Mr. Elliott's support, Dan, was not a little bit higher. Am I wrong here, or did it come out the way you thought?
My official prediction was 62 to 38. And what was it, 66 or 7 to 31 or 2?
Yeah.
Something like that, 32 or 3. But so it's in the ballpark. But what I've never seen before, not never, but it's rare that you see this wide a set of predictions. The polls, including the poll we had, showed 22%, which we knew was off for a variety of technical reasons. The Impact CT poll had him at a little higher, high 20s or maybe low 30s. But a lot of insiders, until the governor started fighting back last 2 weeks, thought he was going to get in the 40s.
Wow.
And, of course, the target, if you're an insurgent and you're trying to either make a point or build a name or maybe if lightning strikes win, 40% is where that's sort of the target, right? That's, if you're in the 40s, you're in the 40s, right? Whether you're 49.8 or 41, you're in the 40s. So he didn't get there, but he believes that he made his points and that he most importantly moved the conversation.
I was going to say before we get to the Bronin thing. So on the Ned Lamont, Josh Elliott thing, does Josh Elliott have a future here, or is the message he sent Dan Haar, you think that gets picked up by somebody else in 4 years?
Great question. He may not. He has talked frankly and bluntly a lot on the campaign trail about how he's not Mamdani and he's not AOC and he's not Bernie and he's not, this new guy, El Sayed. He doesn't have, in his view, this isn't my assessment, he's saying, I'm not as interesting and charismatic as they are. And while that's nice and disarming to have a politician speak bluntly about his own shortcomings, maybe somebody who does have those characteristics would be good to represent the progressive wing of the party. But on the other hand, he's going to be 4 more years of grounded. And the one most important thing I want to say about his future is that he yesterday told me and a couple of people when we were together at a Hartford polling place that he's going to go back into the House and hold no grudges against the people who didn't support him. And we all knew he was talking about Tony Walker and who attacked him. And he's going to work with them like he always did. And he considers them his friends and his allies. And politics is politics, and personality is personality. And another person who kept the two separate all the time was Nancy Wyman.
Yeah, smart move there. Dan Haar, Hearst, Connecticut Media. All right, Luke Bronin wins. I thought he would win. I always thought he would. The margin, though, Dan Haar, 20-something points. You surprised, or is this just just the confluence of a bunch of stuff here?
Oh, I feel like an idiot. I called Larson by 1.
You did.
I really thought that the two lesser fundraising candidates, Jillian Gilchrist and Ruth Fortune, would do a lot better, especially in Hartford and West Hartford, where Bronin, did you see the margin of 2,000 in West Hartford alone?
I saw that.
Bronin? Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
So, but the answer is this. Bronin had to be both an insider and an insurgent. Not an outsider, but in other words, he is an entrenched, moneyed politician, and he didn't deny that. And at the same time, he acted the role of insurgent in respect to energy and ideas. And that's to his credit, and that's what people picked up on. Connecticut is not Brooklyn, and it's not Dearborn, and we don't easily go for extreme insurgents on either side, as you obviously know. You're in the business.
Yeah.
And so he didn't play that card, but yet he played we need to build a movement. That was his word. We need to build a movement.
Yeah.
And that became a byword for we're going to go out and talk to people and hear what they have to say. John Lawson remained relatively isolated in a relatively ivory tower of press conferences and speeches and appearances of the official note. And that worked for him in the past, and it may work in some campaigns, but it didn't resonate as much. And top of the ballot with Lamont mattered a little bit. Row D versus row A with Lamont. Had Lamont not had a primary, and it was just this one primary, maybe in some districts a separate state senate, for example, the McCrory one, then the advantage to Bronin wouldn't have been as great as being next to Ned Lamont. Negative campaigning by Lawson didn't work.
All right. The thoughts of Hearst, Connecticut media's Dan Hars. He shared them with me yesterday right here. It's Paul in for Melissa. Melissa in the morning program on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
I am seeing stop-and-go waves of volume this morning through Bridgeport into Fairfield, also around Westport, Sherwood Island, and also in through Norwalk. Same thing on the Parkway, too. Stop-and-go volume from Trumbull heading into and past the Fairfield rest area. Numerous road closures, Milford, West Haven, and Orange this morning. Down trees and power lines are the issue from the storms last night. Sponsored by RD Cinto. If you move your office to an RD Cinto property, you could be in the health club right now. Learn more at Cinto.com. You deserve it. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Partly sunny and warm through this afternoon in the low to mid 80s. Partly cloudy tonight in the low 60s. Friday sunny, warm, and less humid in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You wanted a new and improved way to experience voiceofct.com, and now you have it. We've totally revamped our website, and it looks better on your smartphone than ever before. Voiceofct.com. You can still stream all of your favorite WICC local talk shows, listen to podcasts, find out about local events, sign up for our email newsletter, and it's easier to use than ever. It's the best way to stay informed in Fairfield County. Just bookmark us, voiceofct.com. From lobster rolls to traffic on the Merritt, the news and talk continues all summer on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So I want to thank my buddy, my pal from the afternoon show, Dan Hearst, Connecticut Media, for coming out with me yesterday, and wanted to replay that for you today. And good thoughts there about now the late former Lieutenant Governor and former comptroller Nancy Wyman. Really, a lot of people never really had a bad thing to say about the former lieutenant governor, so that's a testament to how popular she was, really, with both parties here in the state. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. You know, I was talking off air with a few people here. You wonder now if, let's say looking ahead to, 2028 already. And again, I know it sounds weird. Well, Paul, we didn't even pass the 2026 elections in November. Okay, I got that. But, you wonder now if, Josh Elliott, who was on the radio station here several times during the campaign, if you wonder whether he is the guy that takes up the mantle, if you will, of the more progressive movement now in the state of Connecticut. Because he was able to get out there. He ended up, qualifying for the primary. He ended up qualifying for the, $3.75 million he ended up burning through or using to get his message out on radio and in print and online and on television. So you wonder now if Josh Elliott, who's probably going to be back in the General Assembly, if he is now the de facto leader of the loyal opposition in the Democratic Party in the state. Interesting stuff, isn't it? Still a relatively young guy. I think he's 41 or 42 or something along those lines. And the governor on Tuesday night in his acceptance speech, winning him, he sent out kudos, which everybody does, but he sent out kudos to Josh Elliott, saying he ran I think the governor used words like tough or spirited campaign or whatever. So we are definitely in, as the old proverb says, interesting times. What do you think? Love to hear from you on this. Talk or text 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Talk or text. And the email, yes, don't forget the email, Paul, P-A-U-L, Paul, at voiceofct.com. So now we are into the official throes of the general campaign, Ned Lamont v. Ryan Fazio. And A year ago at this time, and please, this is no shot at Ryan. I've talked to him on my show a lot of times. He's been on this show with Melissa. He's been on the midday show with Lisa Wexler. Just shows you how the winds of change constantly shift. How many people thought a year ago at this time, back on, say, August the 13th of 2025, how many people thought that Ryan Fazio would be the Republican nominee for governor? Because the whole buzz was Aaron Stewart, this is it. It's perfectly set up. Young mom, multi-term mayor of a big Connecticut city, a blue city. How does this woman keep winning as a Republican? It was all set up, and then, look, we all know what happened. And all that is still being hashed out, and that's kind of been on the quiet side now, I guess. There are still talks and negotiations going on as to paying restitution and all this. She kind of used the R word there, which kind of indicates that, you caught me, and, we will still likely learn a heck of a lot more on that than we know now. But think of how things change. Everything, that whole thing about the best laid plans, right? We have this all set. And then all of a sudden, a year later, we've got a completely different dynamic. Everybody was saying, remember this? I was saying it on my show. We were saying it on this radio station. Was all set up. Look at this. Ned Lamont, early 70s, going to take on a young, vibrant woman candidate in her 40s. Or late 30s, with all due respect to the former mayor. I'm not really sure how old she is. I have a general idea, but I could be wrong here. And look how things have changed. And in the process, there's nobody's going to qualify for a primary against Ned Lamont. The Democrats are all united. Well, how did that work out? It's one of the fascinating things about being in this business, and as we do here, as Melissa does, as Lisa does, as I do, and then on the weekends you have Bill and Fred and all our great weekend shows. The notion of being able to cover this as it changes day to day, hour to hour, and so, it's what makes politics and current affairs and the daily ins and outs of what happens in the news. It's what makes it fascinating. It's never the same 2 days in a row. It really isn't when you think about it. It's never really the same 2 days in a row. What do you think about this whole thing? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And are you I hate to use the word, but are you in any way, shape, or form, would you consider yourself a disillusioned supporter of Josh Elliott? Were you among the 32% or so, 31 and a fraction to 32, that voted for Mr. Elliott and did not choose to give the governor your vote? Love to speak with you on that right here. It's Paula for Melissa. Melissa in the morning, right here on WICC on a Thursday morning.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Very late at southbound on the Connecticut Turnpike. Heavy ride, 27A, right into Fairfield, Bridgeport to Fairfield. Stop and go through Norwalk into Darien. And the Parkway is slow coming out of Trumbull, heading into Fairfield. Building volume at Route 7. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Partly sunny and warm through this afternoon in the low to mid 80s. Partly cloudy tonight in the low 60s. Friday sunny, warm, and less humid in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Are you afraid to go to the dentist? Don't worry. That's typically what a lot of people say. But what gives me a lot of confidence is when I find a dentist who has been in the industry for decades, but has also changed as technology has changed. Someone like Dr. Philip DeJesus, who is celebrating 30 years in practice with 2 convenient locations, both in Shelton and on the Bridgeport-Trumbull line. Dr. Philip DeJesus was in studio recently, and I was celebrating his 30th anniversary. And even he said it's unbelievable how innovative dentistry has become over the years.
I couldn't imagine back then what we'd have today. We are doing things that weren't even in dentist's thought process.
So if you have it in your mind that going to the dentist is scary and painful and going to take a long time, that's not even what the average experience is like anymore. Just ask my friend, Dr. Philip DeJesus of DeJesus Dental Group. And you can start by just booking an appointment with him and doing a free smile consultation at DeJesusDental.com. That's DeJesusDental.com.
Bumped your bumper? Kissed a curb? With Sono Collision, your car will be back to top notch in no time. Because we don't just repair, we care. Visit SonoCollision.com. Your car will thank you.
Bankers Life, we care about your Medicare. From confusion to clarity. Bankers Life, the call to make when making Medicare decisions.
Are you maximizing your Medicare benefits? If you're new to Medicare or have an existing plan, Bankers Life will give you the best options so you maximize your benefits. Start online at bankerslife.com. Bankers Life, your personal Medicare expert. Bankerslife.com. That's bankerslife.com.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the 3rd time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. Mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
WICC 695.9, Connecticut Lottery Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Over 4,000 United Illuminating customers are without power this morning due to downed trees and power lines in the Milford and Orange area. Several trees were knocked down, including a large tree on Woodruff Road, where crews were working around 4:30 this morning. The storm also produced isolated flooding and hail in parts of the state. Eversource customers haven't been affected as severely, although there are currently over 300 reported outages in Norwalk. Connecticut consumers are getting a couple of breaks on the sales tax this year thanks to changes included in the state budget. Governor Ned Lamont says sales taxes are no longer being collected on non-electronic school supplies, including pens, pencils, crayons, binders, and lunchboxes. The change took effect July 1st and is expected to save Connecticut consumers about $6 million a year. The state's also expanding its annual sales tax-free week, which this year will cover most clothing and footwear priced under $300 per item, up from the previous $100 limit. The tax-free week, which starts this coming Sunday, will also include additional items such as backpacks and cleats, giving families more opportunities to save during the back-to-school shopping season. Unofficial results from the Connecticut primary showed 23% of registered Democrats voted in Tuesday's election. The turnout was lower than the 2018 primary between Ned Lamont and Bridgeport's Joe Ganim. That year, 29% of eligible Democrats showed up at the polls. On the other end of the spectrum, turnout this year was over 40% in Bethlehem, Heartland, and West Hartford for Democrats. Numbers from the Secretary of State's office show Lamont won a majority of votes over challenger Josh Elliott in all but 3 towns, Scotland, Chaplin, and Woodstock. Norwalk Marine has officially purchased the Stratford property it's called home for the past 15 years. The construction company paid $1.6 million for the 4-acre site at 245 Access Road, which includes a 25,000 square foot building. Norwalk Marine specializes in marine and geotechnical construction, including pile driving, excavation support, and bulkheads. And owner Louis Skip Gardella told CT Insider that the company is still continuing to grow its geotechnical business. Staying in Norwalk, an e-bike rider is recovering from serious injuries following a crash involving another vehicle earlier this week. Police say the collision happened around 2:41 p.m. at the intersection of Osborne Avenue and Fort Point Street, and the e-bike operator was taken to Norwalk Hospital for treatment. Authorities have not released additional details about what led to the crash, but Dr. Shay Gregg from St. Vincent's Medical Center said that e-bike accidents have become a common problem for riders of all ages.
In the trauma center, we are seeing injuries that occur from 6 years old all the way up to 50, 60, 70 years old. So is there a safe age? The answer is you have to be able to control a motorized bike. You have to be smart enough and willing to wear the appropriate safety gear.
And Darien Little League defeated Port Washington, New York 8-4 yesterday to fight off elimination in the Metro Regional Tournament. Catcher Hugh Butler homered twice with a solo shot in the first inning and a two-run homer in the fifth. Butler also homered twice in the state championship game over Waterford. The win yesterday earns the team a berth in the Metro Regional Tournament final against New Jersey. The winner will advance to the Little League World Series in Williamsport. For the Voice of Connecticut, WICC, I'm John Kamal.
Right, you are, John, sponsored by Hall Neighborhood House. At Hall Neighborhood House, celebrating 140 years of helping Bridgeport children, families, and seniors. Hall Neighborhood House, the heart of Bridgeport for 140 years. Learn more online at hallneighborhoodhouse.org.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Delays in Bridgeport southbound Turnpike heading into Fairfield, now approaching Westport. It is stop and go through Norwalk, 17 Saugatuck in through Norwalk and Darien. Southbound on the Merritt Parkway, slow coming through Fairfield from Trumbull and also around Route 7 in Norwalk, too, coming down that hill. Road closures this morning in Milford, in Orange, and West Haven due to the heavy storm activity from last night. Power lines and trees are down. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Today will be partly sunny, warm, and moderately humid in the low to mid 80s. Partly cloudy tonight in the low 60s. Sunny, warm, and less humid tomorrow in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
The following message is brought to you by the Fairfield Law Offices of Estate, Trust, and Probate Attorneys Eliafson and Tenor, online at ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Here is attorney Christine Tenor.
If you are suddenly hurt or seriously ill and can't speak for yourself, what could happen to you and your family and all you care about? Will life-changing decisions be made by strangers? We all face legal, financial, and physical challenges every day at all stages of life. Don't leave important matters to chance, and don't wait until you are elderly. No one can predict what the future holds for us, so even young adults and young couples, everyone, should be prepared for the unexpected. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give, the gift of peace of mind.
Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Eliafson and Tenor, 203-336-2566. Protecting your family's future. Eliafson and Tenor. For peace of mind, 203-336-2566.
Sleep better with a Gold Bond mattress from Spectre Furniture in Ansonia. Gold Bond mattresses are made locally, available in every size and comfort level, and feature a flippable design that helps extend the life of your mattress, giving you years of exceptional comfort and value. Adjustable bases also available. Whether you like plush, firm, or somewhere in between, Spectre Furniture has the perfect mattress. Visit Main Street, Ansonia, and discover why generations have trusted Spectre Furniture. Dependable for 136 years. Main Street, Ansonia.
You're invited to come tour Forest Hills Milford, one of the newest luxury rental 55 and over communities in Connecticut. Brand new apartments that include assigned garage parking with direct elevator access, private storage areas, state-of-the-art fitness center, and a welcoming clubhouse. All of this in beautiful Milford, Connecticut, where you'll find historic New England charm in a city with everything you need for modern everyday life. Visit ForestHillsMilford.com to schedule your tour. ForestHillsMilford.com.
Heard in Woodmont, Walnut Beach, and anywhere in Milford. You found Melissa in the morning and the voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
Yeah, hey, good morning. 7:36, almost 7:37, 23 before 8. Back to open phones momentarily. It's Paul Pacelli here, calling for Melissa on WICC. Supplements, yeah, we see them all the time. We see ads online. We see them in health food stores. We see them in our regular grocery stores. We kind of know which vitamins are okay, but there's all these other sublines of supplements that people look at and say, well, what do I take for this, for that, for my light workouts, for my serious workouts? And more importantly, what might be dangerous? Joining us right now is a clinical professor of health and exercise, Dana White, Professor White at Quinnipiac University. And the subject this morning is a newly published National Athletic Trainers Association position statement, the evaluation of dietary supplements for athlete safety and performance. It was published in the Journal of Athletic Training. Professor White is among the co-authors of the National Position Statement, which provides evidence-based guidance on what to do with all those supplements staring you in the face on those shelves. Professor White, it's Paul here at WICC. Good morning. How are you? Professor White, are you there? Are you there? Can you hear me?
Yes, I'm here.
Excellent,
Good morning.
excellent. Thank you. My bad on this end. So these supplements, I mean, years ago, Professor, you had to seek these things out at a training store, a supplement store. But now everywhere we go, whether it's a corner store or a supermarket or a specialty store, we're just bowled over by all these bottles on all these shelves. And I would imagine there's got to be a little bit of confusion here.
Yes, absolutely. Literally gas stations, right? Their supplements are everywhere. Yes, the market has exploded in recent years. And I think, that has led to a lot of lower quality products on the market. Mm-hmm. And it's also led to a lot of confusion about what you're actually getting. And I think the accessibility of all of these products also makes people just assume that they're safe. And unfortunately, that's not always the case.
Even the ones that may be pure, Professor, in what they are in the jars and bottles, assume we're dealing with a pure vitamin C or a healthy vitamin D or whatever, just because they're vitamins or protein supplements or whatever, it doesn't mean that they're safe to be taken in a specific situation, does it?
Right. So there is such thing as too much of a good thing, right? A lot of people might be getting enough. Vitamin C is actually a great example. A lot of people are getting plenty of vitamin C from the food that they eat, mm-hmm. and that's fine. And then, a small amount of a supplemental dose might not cause a problem, but too much of it, right? So if you factor in the diet plus a dietary supplement, in some cases, these nutrients can stack up to what would equate to a toxic dose, and there can be effects. And, maybe in the case of vitamin C, it would just be something like stomach upset. But in other cases, other nutrients can be more toxic. They can affect vital organs like the liver and can really cause health problems.
What was your goal in signing on this? And if you could just summarize, Professor White, what the statement that you folks got together, what it says and what its intentions are.
So, yes, this was actually a revision of an original paper that was written in 2013. But because the supplement industry changes, it was due for an update. And it's really meant to be a guide for healthcare professionals to help their patients. In this case, we focused more specifically on athletes, but that includes recreational athletes as well. So it's not just competitive athletes. Yeah. We tried to create a guide to sort of educate everyone on the potential dangers, but then also to say, hey, there's a time and a place for dietary supplements. So if you are going to recommend them, here are some steps that you can take to do it in a safe and effective way.
What if someone is listening to us now, Professor White, and they say, geez, where do I go? How do I take my walk or I jog lightly and I think I eat a pretty good balanced diet, but I'm probably lacking in something maybe for older listeners. What's a good starting point here for somebody who says, hey, I don't want 18 jars on my counter, but what can I take here to maybe improve things a little bit?
So I would definitely recommend working with a registered dietitian. They are specially trained in this area, especially for supplements. Another thing you have to worry about with certain populations are the interactions between supplements and maybe medications, that prescription medications someone are taking. So I would certainly recommend you can go to eatright.org and find a dietitian near you, and they're specially trained in supplements. So that would sort of be the more sort of custom way to do it. Talking to your pharmacist about recommendations, and they can look up those interactions for you as well. Definitely things like multivitamins, calcium supplementation, maybe a fish oil supplement are some of the more common ones that can be helpful, again, to help supplement voids in the diet. But again, you always do want to be careful and remember that more is not always better.
And it's particularly insidious online. Look, I have a couple of health conditions that I'm dealing with as an older guy. Been a type 2 diabetic for years. It's well controlled. But the minute I look up anything on diabetes, the magic of the internet, Professor, here I go. When I scroll down, I've suddenly got, display ads for 15 different, hey, don't take your metformin, take this ancient root and you'll have no blood sugar. And I just sit there and laugh because I have 15 items being shoved at me off of a simple Google search.
Right. And some people really do. I mean, again, it's very compelling, right, when you see those ads and those social medias. And I think, herbal remedies, for an example, I think people really just assume that because they're from an herb that somehow they are safer. Absolutely not the case. I mean, in doing this paper, we found quite a bit of evidence to support that a large number, especially of some of those herbal products, actually are not a true representative of what these bottles or what these ads represent, right? Even just in terms of purity, there's also the potential for them to be contaminated with lead and other sorts of substances that would come from the environment, from the way that these products are manufactured. So again, if it sounds too good to be true when it comes to some of those things, it probably is.
And finally, Professor, I think you mentioned it earlier, but there's always the old adage that if you make an effort to eat something close to a balanced diet, that's kind of the most of the battle there, right? Just eating a balanced diet?
Yeah, there's really no replacement for a healthy diet, right? So it really does begin there. And it's not to say that there is not a time and a place for a safe dietary supplement, but if your diet stinks, then, no amount of supplementation is going to correct that. So you really do want to create that relationship where they're working together.
All right, sports dietitian, clinical professor of health and exercise at Quinnipiac University, Professor Dana White, participating in an update of the National Athletic Trainers Association position statement on the use of dietary supplements. Professor White, thank you so much. We appreciate the time. Take care.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, thanks. There you go. Yeah, so, listen, I take a couple of supplements, but I've talked with my doctors about it. A couple of things I used to take, I don't take anymore. Started a couple of new things, but it is intriguing, isn't it? But it never fails. You go online and look something up, say, hey, my blood sugar is, doing this at this time of the day. Should I? And then sure enough, the magic of the algorithm. Oh, by the way, here's an ancient Chinese herb that'll cure cancer. Well, if it did, then don't you think that the company that makes that herb would be the biggest company on the planet? I mean, just saying, as they say right here. It's Paul from Melissa. Melissa in the morning on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Heavy volume now southbound on the turnpike from Bridgeport to Fairfield, approaching Westport 17 into Norwalk, and stop and go 9 to exit 7 in Stamford. Busy on the Parkway, too, coming through Trumbull into the Fairfield Rest area, and then at Route 7 in Norwalk to New Canaan Avenue, and some delays, too, approaching the New Canaan Rest area. And we continue for you to use caution in Milford and West Haven and Orange. Lots of trees down and power lines and road closures through that whole area. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Today will be partly sunny, warm, and moderately humid in the low to mid 80s. Partly cloudy tonight in the low 60s. Sunny, warm, and less humid tomorrow in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Melissa in the morning.
And again, thanks to Professor Dana White, Quinnipiac University, signing on to that major paper, an update of a 2013 position statement on supplements and vitamins and all that. But I mean, seriously, you go to any one of your favorite stores right now. Well, she made me laugh. Supplements at a gas station. I actually saw that once. And again, I know people say, well, just eat a balanced diet. Well, sometimes eating a balanced diet ain't all that easy, so talk to your doctor. Listen, I talked to my doctor about some supplements, and, she was like gung-ho on a couple. Yeah, take one of those a day. It's probably going to help. And then she directed me away from a couple of things that I've been reading glowing reports about. She said, no, it really doesn't work. I don't want to mention which ones because you may be making a choice to take something, whatever, and you've decided on something with your doctor, whatever. So none of my business to talk about that, right? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Once again, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. This is interesting, getting back to the fact that we are in the throes now of the one-on-one campaign, Ned Lamont v. Ryan Fazio. Story late yesterday in Hearst. Ned Lamont says he will not change his campaign message. Why should he? Fresh off an easy primary win, the governor says he wasn't paying much attention to Ryan Fazio's opening salvo in the general election campaign. Well, of course he's going to say that. They all say that, Democrat or Republican. They all end up saying that. The last thing you want to do is tell any member of the press, yeah, I'm watching closely what he's saying. But you wonder how prominent, and I've talked about this a lot, you know this, you wonder how prominent, for example, the whole battle over electric rates is going to be, and that tack on fee on your bill, the public benefits charge. And, the governor's already saying, and he is, if you heard the commercials here on WICC, making, Mr. Trump and ICE a cornerstone of his basic message. And Ryan Fazio saying, hey, the governor's really done nothing about electric prices and trying to scale down the cost of electricity in the state. So, the next couple of months are going to be really interesting. And you already hear you heard it from the Lamont side, and you heard it from the Democratic side, vis-a-vis, the Lamont side, the Democrats, they are mentioning President Trump as much as they can. When you have a scenario where you have such a polarizing figure, or as bipolar as we are in all of our stuff right now, is it really surprising to you? No. I don't think so. I think as a candidate, you'd be kind of remiss in not bringing some sort of a national person into the conversation that is so polarizing. And then you already hear it with Ryan Fazio, the statement he released on social media on Tuesday night saying, hey, the governor's been in office, 8 years. Why hasn't he done any? And again, I'm not saying that this morning on this program. I realize this isn't my show. I got to behave a little bit. But having said that, you hear the message from Ryan Fazio saying, hey, look, 8 years and our electric bills keep going up and up and up. And then you hear the counter message from Governor Lamont saying, well, listen, we're protecting you from ICE. We are filling in the holes here. The Trump White House is cutting funding for seniors and cutting funding for, migrants and cutting funding in SNAP for school kids. So we're filling in the gaps there. So you wonder heading into this in November, which message is going to carry the moment, as it were. The debates will be interesting. And the visual is going to be interesting. I don't care what anybody says. Visuals mean things. And listen, you've got two guys at polar opposite ends of, shall we say, the age scale. The governor's in his early 70s, Ryan Fazio in his 30s. And once you get up there on a debate stage, and I don't know how many times these two gentlemen are going to face off, but watching and listening to this is going to be fascinating. And I'm wondering how many, because look, you've got to figure the vast majority of people, I would think, have their minds made up. Do you have your mind made up on November already? I think most people do. For whatever reason. I don't pretend to get in the hearts and minds of people. But do you have your mind made up already about the governor's race? Or are you saying to yourself, well, I kind of like Ned Lamont. I wish he would tax rich people a little more. Maybe he'll lean into that in the governor's race. Well, I'm not a big Republican fan, but this Ryan Fazio guy, he's, kind of intrigued by him. He apparently knows the utilities thing pretty well, and maybe he could lower my bill. I don't know. Can you be persuaded? Are you in the relatively small amount? Last time I thought I saw that 18 or 20% of the voters were undecided on the governor's race. Can you be persuaded one way or the other? Or are you already locked in to this? So are you already locked into what you're going to do in just a matter of weeks? In fact, let's see, what are we at? August the 13th? So we are August to September, October, November. So you got 3 months. Just 2 days short of 3 months to Election Day, or right around there. First Tuesday after the first Monday in November. So we'll see how that all shakes out. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And one other thing on this. Don't get caught up in the fact that that you think there's just a governor's race. Understand that whomever represents you or your town in the General Assembly and the State Senate, you directly are represented by one of 36 men or women in the State Senate. You're represented by one of 151 members in the State House. Concentrate on a little homework assignment for you here. Just concentrate on the race that affects you the most. Because I've always said this, and this is beyond a party, this is beyond Republican, beyond Democratic. Your lives are directly affected the most, not necessarily by who's in the White House, not necessarily by who represents you in the House, not necessarily by who represents you in the Senate, but really, when you come down to it, whomever the guy or gal is that represents you in the State House, and whomever the gal or guy is that represents you in the State Senate has far more of an impact on you than a lot of times you care to realize.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
A lot of volume this morning as you travel between Bridgeport and Fairfield on the Connecticut Turnpike southbound, also through Saugatuck and Norwalk and Darien, stop and go in Stamford, and a really slow ride too coming out of Trumbull through Fairfield into Westport on the Parkway, and slow Norwalk's Route 7 on the way into Canaan. And a heads up if you're traveling in Milford or West Haven or Orange this morning, road closures and power lines down because of those storms from last night. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Partly sunny and warm through this afternoon in the low to mid 80s. Partly cloudy tonight in the low 60s. Friday sunny, warm, and less humid in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Fresh tomato pies are back at Frank Pepe Pizzeria Napolitan. The summer favorite has returned with fresh native tomatoes, mozzarella, basil, garlic, imported Italian pecorino romano, and 100% olive oil. All the delicious flavors of summer. Pepe's seasonal fresh tomato pies have been a fan favorite for over 18 years. But you never quite know when in summer it will launch because before it does, the Frank Pepe family has to approve the quality of the native tomatoes before it gets served. Get yours now at all Frank Pepe Pizzeria Napolitan locations. And don't forget about Frank Pepe Pizzeria's online value bundles featuring Frank Pepe Pizzeria's most popular items like original tomato pie with mozz and their pepperoni pizza. These online value bundles are designed for easy online add-to-cart convenience at a great price. Frank Pepe Pizzeria Napolitan. Visit them in any of their 9 Connecticut locations or order online at pepespizzeria.com. Frank Pepe Pizzeria Napolitan, the original New Haven of Beats since 1925.
Lenny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use, now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu. My Computer Career, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Imagine if information came with a nutrition label. Then you'd know if what you're consuming has the right mix of facts, sources, and context. But it's on us to make healthier choices about what to consume, share, and act on. Get Newslit Fit at newslit.org.
WICC 695.9. WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven. Locally owned by Connoisseur Media, the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 488 Studios.
From ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. It was a rainy, flooded Wednesday for the people of Indiana. Rescue crews working to assess the damage to many parts of the state following downpours and flash flooding. ABC Chief Meteorologist Ginger Z has more.
Nearly a foot of rain fell in some areas east of Indianapolis. Multiple water rescues, evacuations, and road closures.
This is just complete insanity. We're just experiencing the worst flooding I've ever seen in the history of this town, I would assume.
Dozens of people rescued in Cambridge City. One man seen clinging to a power pole. Drone video shows the entire town underwater.
Powerful monsoon storms also rolled through Arizona, flash flooding and gusty winds in Phoenix and Chandler. Military and civilian investigators on the scene of that deadly chopper crash in central Texas.
The Apache attack helicopter was carrying 2 soldiers, both of whom were killed when the aircraft went down southeast of Fort Hood, where the Apache and the crew were based. It also sparked a wildfire that forced the evacuation of several homes and has burned about 155 acres of pasture and brushland.
ABC's Jim Ryan. Military publications printing allegations of poor conditions aboard the USS Abraham Lincoln, which has been deployed to the Middle East in support of the war with Iran.
The aircraft carrier and its 5,000 sailors and Marines are now 9 months into a deployment supporting the war with Iran. And at one point, they spent 250 straight days at sea, a modern record. The Navy Times and Stars and Stripes report multiple sailors have tried to jump overboard. One wife saying her husband reached a breaking point after his deployment kept getting extended.
ABC's Karen Waugh. The president of Colombia says nearly 500 people are still reported missing after this week's earthquake. 265 people died. Large parts of Western Europe sweltering once again, with Britain and France entering their fifth heat wave of the summer amid this exceptionally hot season. This is ABC News.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text SPARK to 215-215 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text SPARK to 215-215. That's SPARK to 215-215. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Tomorrow, there is a hearing scheduled on a possible plea deal on federal charges for accused CEO killer Luigi Mangione.
We don't know what's going to happen. There could be a plea deal, but it also could be that they just wanted him to plead to the top charge. The question also winds up being, if he's going to be forced to plead to a charge that could put him away for life, why would he take a plea? Why not roll the dice at a trial? And we don't really know those answers.
ABC's Josh Margolin. Two different stories on what happened between a Virginia woman and a federal immigration agent who pointed a gun at her head. Here's ABC's Dave Packer.
A Department of Homeland Security spokesperson calls Carolina Molina an agitator who tried to run over ICE agents in Falls Church, Virginia. But Molina says that's not what happened.
I decided to bring out my cell phone and record, and that is when it feels like the situation changed.
While she admitted hurling an insult at agents out of her car window, she says,
as an American citizen, I have a right to my First Amendment.
But she denied trying to run them over. Dave Packer, ABC News.
New York Attorney General Letitia James says the decision by Homeland Security to spend $20 million on electric shock gloves for ICE agents is cruel and possibly in violation of several laws. The gloves send a shock similar to a taser. DHS says it'll be a de-escalation device. Sherry Preston, ABC News.
In a recent survey of 123,000 wireless customers, Pure Talk was the only wireless company to receive 5 stars in every category: coverage, support, value, and data. What else do you need to know? Switch to Pure Talk today and get any plan, including their top shelf unlimited data plan, for just $15 a month for your first 3 months. No contract, no commitment. Dial pound 250, say micro, and let Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team help you make the switch.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Unofficial results from the Connecticut primary show 23% of registered Democrats voted in Tuesday's election. That turnout was lower than the 2018 primary between Ned Lamont and Bridgeport's Joe Ganim. That year, 29% of eligible Democrats showed up at the polls. Almost 4,000 UI customers are without power this morning due to downed trees and power lines in the Milford and Orange area. Eversource customers have not been affected as severely, although there were over 300 reported outages in Norwalk this morning. Staying in Norwalk, an e-bike rider is recovering from serious injuries following a crash involving another vehicle earlier this week. The collision happened at the intersection of Osborne Avenue and Fort Point Street. The e-bike operator was taken to Norwalk Hospital for treatment. And Darien Little League defeated Port Washington, New York 8-4 yesterday to fight off elimination in the Metro Regional Tournament. The win earns the team a berth in the Metro Regional Tournament final against New Jersey. The winner will advance to the Little League World Series in Williamsport. For the Voice of Connecticut, WICC, I'm John Kamal.
Okay, John, thank you. Sponsored by M.J. Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Well, visit M.J. Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. Check them out online, mjthomas.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
We're slow this morning. Connecticut Turnpike southbound, heavy volume, Bridgeport, Fairfield, and then Saugatuck into Norwalk, and a lot of volume too. 9 to exit 7 in Stamford. Southbound on the Merritt Parkway, that is stop and go from Trumbull through Fairfield. Norwalk's Route 7 to New Canaan Avenue, and busier now as you approach New Canaan. Road closures, Milford, Orange, and in West Haven this morning. Various areas that were hit by the storms last night. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Today will be partly sunny, warm, and moderately humid in the low to mid 80s. Partly cloudy tonight in the low 60s. Sunny, warm, and less humid tomorrow in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance, the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
Who sells Continental tires for less than Town Fair Tire? Nobody. Who has a better selection of Continental tires than Town Fair Tire? Nobody. And who gives you more free services for the life of those Continental tires? Nobody. Town Fair Tire has over 100 locations and over 600,000 tires in stock, all at the guaranteed lowest price. And that's why we say nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
A cancer diagnosis comes with so many questions. Should you get a second opinion? What's the right treatment? How do you tell your kids? You don't need more questions in your life. You need world-class cancer care here in Fairfield County. That's why Stamford Health collaborates with Dana-Farber Brigham Cancer Center, ranked number 3 nationally for cancer care. Your search for answers stops when our care for you starts. Stamford Health.
The Adventures of Medicare Man, presented by Vontel Insurance. Episode 4. Medicare Man is back from vacation and preparing for open enrollment. You should be too. How, you ask? Put together a list of your doctors and medications and make your appointment with Vontel Insurance now. October 15th is coming. Are you ready? Go to VontelInsurance.com to schedule your free consultation in their new Trumbull location. Don't wait or you might be late. Call now. Open enrollment is coming. Get prepared.
This is where New Canaan starts the day. Melissa in the morning on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Well, hey there. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. How is everybody? 809, almost 810. Back to open phones momentarily at 203-333-9422. Did you see the news the other day? Americans' credit card debt totaling $1.2 trillion, not billion with a B, trillion with a T, $1.2 trillion bucks. What? And yes, I'm saying we, because I'm part of that too. Yes, it's a lot less than it used to be, but I'm still working on it. What are we doing right and wrong? Well, joining us right now, I've had this gentleman on a few times in the afternoon. He's called the nation's credit repairman, credit repair and credit management specialist, founder of the credit repair firm Better Qualified in Eatontown, New Jersey. You see him regularly all across the place, CNN, Fox News, NBC, and stations in major markets. The credit repairman, Paul Oster, joins us. Paul, it's Paul again here in Connecticut. How are you, man? Good morning.
Good morning, and thanks for having me back on.
Paul, $1.26 trillion. We just love our stuff, don't we? And we all want to just throw it on the plastic and not worry about it, huh?
We do, but something that's even more concerning to me is the increase in credit card debt that's more than 90 days past due, right?
Yeah.
This means consumers are drowning. That almost doubled from 7.6% back in 2022. It's now over 12% early this year. So increasing the debt is one thing, but we can't even pay the minimum payments at this point. That's the really, really scary part.
Yeah, and the indicator, Paul, I've seen economists say, maybe it's because people are putting everyday needs, food, gasoline, medicines, putting it on credit rather than just paying it with a debit card or paying cash.
That's right. So we get into this problem. It doesn't just happen. This is not an explosion, right? This leaks into our budget every single day. And consumers, what you said before about our behavior, we haven't changed our behavior. So look, if you're struggling and you need to buy groceries for your family, that's one thing. But if you're swiping a $5 cup of coffee every morning and you can't pay for that, that's the most expensive cup of coffee you've ever had. If you're doing that for drinks, if you're doing that for lunch and dinner, you have to change your behavior because this is only going to continue to get worse.
Are the credit card companies, Paul Oster, and the big banks behind them, are they changing their tactics? Is it still a case of, hey, we're in business, we want you to get behind on your payments because that's how we make our interest money? Or are there any maybe benevolent, Paul is the wrong word, but are they? I know what your answer is going to be. You're laughing, but everybody's in it to make money, right?
They are. And look, they don't really care if you default. It's built into their profit and losses. So, but you can be proactive here. And this is an important message. Make the phone call. Call the credit card company. You'd be surprised. Sometimes they will temporarily lower your interest rate, which gives you a period of time where you really have to focus on paying down that credit card debt. And we have to figure out, where's that money going to come from? And this is a controversial tactic, but I am a big proponent of this right now because desperate times call for desperate measures. And one of the things that we kind of set it and forget it, and this is a good thing again, but if you have a 401k contribution, that let's say you need to contribute 5%, and your employer will match it. Well, continue to do that. But if you're putting anything in above and beyond that, you might want to pause that right now because, look, this is just mathematical. This is just math. This is not financial planning. But it doesn't make much sense to me to chase an 8% return on investment when you're guaranteed to lose 25, 29% to Visa, MasterCard, and American Express.
Paul, let me know what you think of what I just did. I had some cards that I was trying to pay down on, and what I said is, wait a minute, why don't I get, and I found a couple of really good offers. I got a card with 0% interest on balance transfers for 21 months, and I was able to take a couple of balances, put them on there, and now I've got just short of 2 years to actually have my money paying down the balances I owe rather than getting chopped by interest. Good idea or not?
Well, it has to come with a plan, right? Because, again, this cannot be a guessing game in mental math. 2 years, we all know, is a blink of an eye. If you look back, what happened 2 years ago, after COVID, time is in a time warp for me anyway. So 2 years will creep up on you very, very quickly.
Oh, I know that, yeah.
Put a plan, a real mathematical formula in place. It's monthly. So at the end of 6 months, how much will I have knocked down? At the end of 12 months, at the end of 15, 18. So you have to have a plan because what happens is you could shoot yourself in the foot and put yourself in an even deeper hole if you don't pay that off. Because what happens is it's not 0% on everything that you've paid and then you have a balance left over. If you don't pay it off in full, all of that deferred interest, and again, that's going to be in the mid to upper 20%, will come back with a vengeance. So make sure you have the plan. If you can get into a balance transfer, that's a great option. Just make sure you with certainty that you can pay it off within the term.
The gentleman's name is Paul Oster. He's referred to as the nation's credit repairman. Check out his website, betterqualified.com, betterqualified.com. Paul, thank you again. It's been a pleasure. We'll chat down the road, my friend. Be good.
You too. Bye now.
All right. Paul Oster. It's Oster. The website, betterqualified.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound, it's slow going from Bridgeport into Fairfield, Saugatuck through Norwalk, heavy volume in Stamford. Easing a bit now on the Parkway as you head through Fairfield. Still busy Route 7 to New Canaan. Numerous outages of power and trees down and power lines down after the storms last night in Milford, West Haven, and Orange. Be aware of road closures and barricades that are up. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Partly sunny and warm through this afternoon in the low to mid 80s. Partly cloudy tonight in the low 60s. Friday sunny, warm, and less humid in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You listen to the voice of Connecticut whenever you're in the car. You stream us on your computer at work. And when you get home, you can listen through your Amazon Echo. Just say, Alexa, play WICC. Hear all your favorite Fairfield County news and talk on the voice of Connecticut anytime, wherever you have your smart speaker. Say, Alexa, play WICC. The news you need and the talk you want on the radio station trusted for 100 years. WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, great to have you with us again. Paul Oster, Oster, the credit card guy. Go to betterqualified.com. Will you do that for me? All right, betterqualified.com. Yeah, I got in way deep on the credit cards over a bunch of years, and I'm probably, 3/4 of the way out. So I looked around and said, well, this has to end, and I'll tell you one thing you find out, and if you notice the credit card companies now, they have to tell you this on their statements, and it really rammed it home to me once I started looking at this. They tell you that if you just pay the minimum, like how have you seen this on your credit card statements? In other words, just pay the minimum, they tell us. and this is how long it'll take you to pay off the cards. And, my balances weren't cataclysmic, but they were up there. And it's like, well, if you pay the minimum, you'll have this paid off in 17 years. What? But then, and I finally understood the math after a bunch of years, even if you tack on $10, $20, $30 a month more, which is, $300, $400, $500 a year, but man, does it melt down the money you owe. But, they say this is one of these things, and I'm sure you felt it too. It's like, how much of this stuff do we say we need, but we really don't? And this is why people will say, well, only use the plastic if you can for, medical emergencies, car repairs, been there, done that. Oh, yeah. You can't walk 27 miles to work. Well, you could, but, Our buddy John Kamal's in here. John, good morning. How are you, sir?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm good, buddy. Just had a credit card repair guy on the show, and
really,
who said, yeah, I've had him on the afternoon show, and he's like, pay more than the minimum. And you know what he said is really good?
What's that?
Because he didn't say it this time, but before we get to what you'd,
sure.
How many of us carry credit cards, right?
Okay.
All right. Now, the interest accumulates every month.
Mm.
Not
if you pay it off every month, Paul. That's my theory.
Well, good for you. and even if you don't wait, he's told me before, don't wait till the due date. Pay off a smaller amount twice a month. because then this way there's less money there to accrue interest on.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. That's how I used to do it with my car
Nice.
payment.
Really?
That's how I do it with my car payment.
Very nice.
Every pay period. I actually still do that with my rent right now.
Look at you.
Every pay period, I
Look at
pay a
that.
little bit.
The multifaceted John Kamal.
That's how we do it, man.
That's it. All right, we're coming off the elections, and I guess, John, the big story locally and nationally is this the new wave of Democratic politics or progressive politics?
I mean, this is what you see now in Connecticut, but it's what you see kind of, like you said, nationally. I think Mamdani is the most obvious example,
he's the
right?
leader of this. Yes.
He's the leader of this thing, of younger, more progressive candidates. And then, you've got Abdullah Sayed as well, right?
Yeah.
I mean, is he 40 yet? I don't think so.
I think he may be tickled. Oh, he's right around
He's right around
Yeah.
it. He's right around it. So this is what we see now. Josh Elliott is kind of the Connecticut version of that, I think. Now, when you look at the numbers, breaking it down from the Democratic primary, right? So Ned Lamont coming in with 68% of the vote.
Roughly 2/3. Yeah.
Josh Elliott at 32, okay? Now, that is, by any metric, a blowout. Absolutely. Absolutely. But I think that I think that if you're a Connecticut Democrat and you're looking at those numbers and you're saying, okay, so then, Josh Elliott didn't really mean anything. I think you're looking at the numbers wrong.
I do. Right? I agree with you.
All right.
I agree.
You've got Governor Ned Lamont, who, first of all, has had a great couple of terms. Objectively, I would say, if we're looking at a state budget that's in a surplus, which it consistently has been, he's done well. And if you're a Democrat, he's done very well. You're on board with all of the things that he's talking about. You're on board with the way that he's pushed back against the Trump administration. And so you've got a very powerful, very well-liked, high approval rating consistently, especially through his second term, Democrat running. Why? Why do you throw another guy at that guy when you've got that guy already, right? Why do you throw anybody else in the race and expect them to get anywhere near the amount of support and money that Josh Elliott did? You do that because there is this movement that's going on in the Democratic Party right now for younger and more progressive candidates. Luke Bronin is another great example.
I call that, John, I was having guests on my show 4 months ago.
Saying that would happen?
They said that he's got no shot.
Oh, really?
I said, Larson's done.
Yeah.
He's done.
That's it. No, exactly. And I mean, at 47 years old, he still fits that younger demographic. I don't know Bronin's politics enough to call him as progressive as like a Mamdani or an Al Sayed or certainly an Elliott. I don't know about that.
He's kind of not quite there, but he's plenty liberal. Yeah,
he's plenty liberal. Exactly. So I spoke yesterday with a representative from Connecticut's, from Bridgeport's 130th District Democratic Town Committee, a guy named John Fitzpatrick, and they were outliers in Bridgeport in that they were the only slate of DTC members, the 130th, that endorsed Elliott over Lamont. They might not have been the only, but if they weren't the only, they were one of only 2 or 3. Bridgeport overwhelmingly was endorsed Lamont.
Sure.
So I asked him, my first question was why?
We endorsed Elliott because we felt that he had policy proposals and a perspective on structural critique of Governor Lamont's leadership. And it was specifically school funding is a really, really big thing for us in Bridgeport because of the underfunded ECS formula, which has not been updated to inflation since 2013. And Josh had a proposal to really address that. And it did include a tax on extreme income earners of over $1 million at 4%.
Now, it's hard to attack the governor directly on schools because he has done the school breakfast and he's done the free early childhood education for the under 100,000. But I think where you see why progressive candidates are getting so much headway is because of the last thing that John said there, which was the taxing of extreme income earners, which is that's the entire thing. Because most people in Connecticut, I think certainly you or I, Paul, otherwise you're getting paid far more than I think you are that bracket of earning less than $1 million a year.
I'm close. I'm not quite there.
So most people can get behind that message. But so my other question is, what did this say for the progressive movement in Connecticut? How do you, if you are a progressive Democrat, continue moving that forward?
Right. If you think about Mamdani, if you think about Abdullah Al Sayed, these are people that are part of outside movements that are more mature. They've had more time, they've run more races, and they've built more infrastructure. And here in Connecticut, we just haven't done that yet. We haven't had challenges to the Democratic establishment or the way of doing politics within the Democratic Party from the outside in a big scale. This was the first statewide progressive race that we've ever seen happen in Connecticut.
So if you're asking the question, is this the end of Elliott or if this is the beginning of Elliott, I think this is very much the beginning. I think that the numbers lie in terms of how much influence this is, because this is a guy who got 20-something% of the delegate vote when he only needed 15 to get nominated, and he still managed to capture 30% of a very low turnout primary election. I think we're going to see a lot more from Josh Elliott and the progressive movement in Connecticut.
Absolutely. John Kamal. John, thank you. Paula for Melissa. Melissa in the morning on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Stop and go volume southbound in Bridgeport, southbound to Fairfield on the Connecticut Turnpike. Also, as you make your way through Saugatuck into Norwalk, and heavy volume in Stamford on the Parkway right now. Busy in Fairfield. Also heavy just after Route 7 in Norwalk on the way into New Canaan. And again, numerous roads are closed in Milford and Orange and West Haven this morning. Power lines down too as damage from the storms last night. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Partly sunny and warm through this afternoon in the low to mid 80s. Partly cloudy tonight in the low 60s. Friday sunny, warm, and less humid in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
To be fair, I don't know exactly what you do, but I can assure you if you're a WICC listener, you work too hard to leave your business unprotected. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here, and whether it's after-hours break-ins, employee access, security cameras, alarms, or just knowing what's happening when you're away, Trumbull-based Property Protection Consulting has you covered. PPC designs, installs, and services security systems that fit your business, not someone else's. From one location to multiple facilities, PPC Alarms will protect your people, your property, and your peace of mind. Property Protection Consulting, your business security company. Learn more at ppcalarms.com and be sure to book a personal consultation. Again, go to ppcalarms.com. You'll thank me later. It's not just for your home security, it's also your business. That's ppcalarms.com.
Hi, I'm Melanie Miranda, owner of Apex Radon Solutions, your local certified radon mitigation company. Radon is something every homeowner should take seriously. Radon is an invisible, odorless gas, and it's the second leading cause of lung cancer in the U.S. The good news, testing is simple. Apex Radon Solutions is offering free radon test kits to help protect your home and your family. Let's see how low your radon can go. Learn more and request your free radon test kit at apexradonsolutions.com.
In our effort to give dissemination of notice to nonprofit agencies, Connoisseur Media invites these agencies to request notification of job openings. To register your nonprofit agency for notifications of job openings at all Connoisseur Media stations in Connecticut, call us at 203-783-8200. Ask for the office manager. Be sure to give us your name, address, phone number, and a contact person at the agency. If you're on our notification list and have changes or updates, call us at 203-783-8200. Ask for the office manager. Connoisseur Media is an equal opportunity employer.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Your new customers are listening to the Voice of Connecticut. Become an advertiser and grow your business. You'll reach thousands of Connecticut consumers. Email sales@voiceofct.com.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Almost 4,000 UI customers are without power this morning due to downed trees and power lines in the Milford and Orange area. Several trees were knocked down, including a large tree on Woodruff Road, where crews were working around 4:30 this morning. The storm also produced isolated flooding and hail in parts of the state. Eversource customers have not been affected as severely, although there were over 300 reported outages in Norwalk this morning. Connecticut consumers are getting a couple of breaks on the sales tax this year thanks to changes included in the state budget. Governor Ned Lamont says sales taxes are no longer being collected on non-electronic school supplies, including pens, pencils, crayons, binders, and lunchboxes. The change took effect July 1st and is expected to save Connecticut consumers about $6 million a year. The state's also expanding its annual sales tax-free week, which this year will cover most clothing and footwear priced under $300 per item, up from the previous $100 limit. The tax-free week, which starts this coming Sunday, will also include additional items such as backpacks and cleats, giving families more opportunities to save during the back-to-school shopping season. Unofficial results from the Connecticut primary showed 23% of registered Democrats voted in Tuesday's election. The turnout was lower than the 2018 primary between Ned Lamont and Bridgeport's Joe Ganim. That year, 29% of eligible Democrats showed up at the polls. On the other end of the spectrum, turnout this year was over 40% in Bethlehem, Heartland, and West Hartford for Democrats. Numbers from the Secretary of State's office show Lamont won a majority of votes over challenger Josh Elliott in all but 3 towns, Scotland, Chaplin, and Woodstock. Norwalk Marine has officially purchased the Stratford property it's called home for the past 15 years. The construction company paid $1.6 million for the 4-acre site at 245 Access Road, which includes a 25,000 square foot building. Norwalk Marine specializes in marine and geotechnical construction, including pile driving, excavation support, and bulkheads, and owner Louis Skip Gardella told CT Insider that the company is still continuing to grow its geotechnical business. Staying in Norwalk, an e-bike rider is recovering from serious injuries following a crash involving another vehicle earlier this week. Police say the collision happened around 2:41 p.m. at the intersection of Osborne Avenue and Fort Point Street, and the e-bike operator was taken to Norwalk Hospital for treatment. Authorities have not released additional details about what led to the crash, but Dr. Shay Gregg from St. Vincent's Medical Center said that e-bike accidents have become a common problem for riders of all ages.
In the trauma center, we are seeing injuries that occur from 6 years old all the way up to 50, 60, 70 years old. So is there a safe age? The answer is you have to be able to control a motorized bike. You have to be smart enough and willing to wear the appropriate safety gear.
And Darien Little League defeated Port Washington, New York 8-4 yesterday to fight off elimination in the Metro Regional Tournament. Catcher Hugh Butler homered twice with a solo shot in the first inning and a 2-run homer in the 5th. Butler also homered twice in the state championship game over Waterford. The win yesterday earns the team a berth in the Metro Regional Tournament final against New Jersey. The winner will advance to the Little League World Series in Williamsport. For the Voice of Connecticut, WICC, I'm John Kamal.
All right, John, brought to you by M.J. Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit M.J. Thomas Jewelers in Stratford. You get expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist you with all of your gold needs. More info, check them out online, mjthomas.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
We have a one-car crash now in Fairfield approaching 22 southbound on the Connecticut Turnpike. Left lane is blocked, and we do have heavy traffic from Bridgeport to Fairfield. Also from Saugatuck heading into Norwalk, and then in Stamford too. Stop and go on the Parkway southbound Trumbull to Fairfield. A lot of volume in New Canaan right now. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Today will be partly sunny, warm, and moderately humid in the low to mid 80s. Partly cloudy tonight in the low 60s. Sunny, warm, and less humid tomorrow in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Hi, this is David from Standard Oil. Do you know why Standard Oil was voted best oil company in Connecticut? Great service, day or night. If you have a heating emergency at 2 a.m., Standard Oil has service technicians who work through the night to ensure fast response to heating emergencies, usually within 2 hours. Most importantly, great service means truly knowledgeable technicians who care about customers. For great service, day or night, call Standard Oil or visit us online at standardoil.com.
Some children dream about the future. Others just need someone to show them they have one. At Hall Neighborhood House in Bridgeport, the Alan Wallach STEM Learning Center is doing just that through hands-on science, technology, engineering, and math programs in 28 Bridgeport public schools. Hall is inspiring more than 14,000 students to discover new talents because every child deserves the opportunity to dream and the tools to achieve it. Hall Neighborhood House, the heart of Bridgeport for 140 years.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu, an elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
If you've got a smartphone, then you've got the voice of Connecticut. Search for our free app in your smartphone. Back to Melissa in the morning on WICC 600 and 95.9.
8:36 on your Thursday morning, coming up to 23 before the top of the hour at 9. Back to open phones momentarily. It's Paula for Melissa right here on Melissa in the Morning. Joining us right now from Channel 8's Capital Report, the CT Capital Report, every Sunday morning at 10:30 on News 8. One of the panelists there, former Republican State Senate leader in Connecticut, John McKinney, will chew the fat a little bit over the results from Tuesday night. John, good morning, man. How are you?
I'm doing well, Paul. Good morning.
Good morning. Great to have you with us. Thanks for getting up early. Appreciate it. Ned Lamont, 68, and Josh Elliott, 32, when you're rounding up and rounding down. That surprised you? I thought Josh would be in the mid-30s. A great night for him would have been, I thought, tickling 40. What'd you think of the final numbers there?
I was very surprised at the fact that Josh Elliott did not get more votes, to be very frank with you. I didn't think he would win. We've talked about that in the past, but Governor Lamont's victory was very strong. And the most telling thing to me was that Josh Elliott's been a state representative from Hamden for 10 years. Yeah. Governor Lamont beat him in Hamden by 13 points. Wow. That just shows how decisive and strong his victory was. And I push back on this theory that, Josh Elliott's rise is part of this national, progressive campaign. I think, quite frankly, what happened was Josh Elliott sort of took Governor Lamont by surprise in terms of getting delegates early, which is why he qualified. Mm-hmm. But this victory was a resounding victory. And I think 4 years from now, Josh Elliott's got no chance of getting the Democratic nomination. You're going to see people like Susan Beiswitz, Sean Scanlon, and others, maybe William Tong. So I think this was one and done for him. He may run for Congress, but we'll see.
So the Josh Elliott constituency, John McKinney, is what? Is who or whom?
Well, I think it's younger people. When you looked at some of the polling data, people over 55 overwhelmingly for Ned Lamont. Mm-hmm. I think it's some of those younger, more progressive, dissatisfied Democrats who we have seen vote for the Mondamis in New York and other places. But that really was the strength of his campaign, was younger people.
How can the moderate, the centrist Democrats, can they calm the waters here in Connecticut from maybe those younger voters, or is that undercurrent now of people who are uneasy, the rent's too high and all this? Is that John McKinney here to stay?
I don't think it's here to stay. And, I don't call Governor Lamont a moderate. I think Governor Lamont is it's a true liberal Democrat. So I think they've quelled the waters already. Mm-hmm. I look at the Luke Bronin upset of John Larson. I think people are reading the wrong signals into this. Luke Bronin is able to raise millions of dollars, which very few people will be able to do. He was backed by billionaire hedge fund guys through super PACs. And John Larson, quite frankly, forgot about what the basic of being a state a representative is. He was spending all his time in Washington fighting his fight, which was a progressive fight, but he wasn't staying in touch with people on the ground. And there were a lot of Democrats who told me, we haven't seen John Larson around here in years and years.
Wow.
So, and remember, the Bronin challenge was never, I disagree with John, I'm more progressive than John. It was, we need younger fighters. So you combine an incumbent who probably stayed too long with a challenger who had more money. That's not something that's very repeatable for that socialist, progressive part of the party in Connecticut.
Yeah, and to that end, here's just a little snippet, John. I had this ready knowing we were going to talk about it. Here's Luke Bronin late yesterday on CNN talking about that age thing.
I just think we'd be a stronger party if more of our leaders recognize that part of leadership is knowing when it's time to pass the torch. That, you know, we that we can't be for democracy and not for competition. What produces a stronger party is one where people compete to see who's the most effective at building a coalition, building a movement, carrying the message. I think we've got to be a lot more open to change, a lot more open to new voices. And it's really important that we recognize that, you know, when everything is at stake and when things aren't working, we cannot just keep doing the same thing.
Luke Bronin on CNN. John, your thoughts on what he just said?
Well, I think what he's saying is right, and it's always been right. You know, when I entered politics in 1998, I was seen as a young guy at 34, and back then, you know, you were kind of told, wait your turn, wait in line, let somebody finish it out. I think those days are largely past. And in Connecticut, where a lot of state Senate and state representative races are going to be won by the nominees, say, of the Democratic Party, you're going to see a lot of Democrats say, okay, so-and-so's been there for 10 years, 15 years. I want to run too. I have the right to run. I'm going to run. So I do think we're going to see a lot more intra-party primaries, but that doesn't mean that a lot of the challengers are going to end up winning. If you're an incumbent, you have a tremendous advantage. If you're doing the work of being in your district and talking to your people, and now it's just a challenge of, you know, who's more progressive. I think a lot of challengers are not going to be successful, but I do think we're going to see a lot more challenges of incumbents.
The message, John McKinney, that we got earlier this week from the Ryan Fazio camp is something familiar, where he said, well, the governor says he's rolling up his sleeves now and he's been fighting for you, yet I think Ryan points out with some accuracy that we've had the same problem, sometimes worse, over the 8 years of the Lamont administration. Is that going to be effective or not? What do you think?
I think it can be effective. Obviously, Ryan's going to talk a lot about energy prices.
Yeah.
To be honest, we were talking about high energy costs when I first ran in 1998. So it's been a problem that we have yet to solve in Connecticut through multiple administrations and, quite frankly, through both parties. I think Ryan's going to run a very policy-based campaign. He's going to criticize the governor's record, offer alternatives. His challenge is going to be the fact that he is a Republican and will be tied to Donald Trump, who's very unpopular in Connecticut. So Ryan's challenge is to say, look, yes, I am a Republican. I may agree with the president here. I disagree with him here. But this is about Connecticut, and here are my solutions. That's going to be tough to do in this political environment.
And finally, you know, he's only in air quotes, he's only got like 18 or 16 or $18 million to do this in. And I would think, John McKinney, that if there's any pressure on the Lamont campaign, if they see any numbers breaking the wrong way, I mean, he can just dial up a money bomb anytime he wants.
Well, he can, but you know, I've been very consistent about this throughout my career. It's never about how much money the person with the most money has. It's does the challenger have enough money? And $18 million is more than enough money to get your message off. So the delta, let's say between $18 million and $26 million, believe it or not, is not going to be significantly different. It'd be a lot different if it was, say, $15 million versus $2 million or $4 million. But $18 million is plenty enough money so that by the election day in November, everybody in Connecticut's going to know who Ryan Fazio is. And then the question is, do they want to change horses now and elect somebody new? Now, we will see, one more thing, we will see that generational issue, that generational change issue play, even though it's between a Republican and Democrat, because Ryan Fazio is 36 years old.
They're basically half of Ned Lamont's age. Wild, they're wild. John
almost
McKinney,
half of my age too, unfortunately. But yeah,
we're all getting there, John. Yeah, I ain't too far behind you. John McKinney, check him out and the entire panel. Tom Dudchick and company. This coming Sunday morning, 10:30. Capitol Report on News 8 WTNH. John McKinney, thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Paul.
All right, there you go. Yeah, I had said yesterday that Ryan Fazio was tickling 40. No, he's only 36. Yes, Ryan, if you're listening, didn't mean to age anymore there, pal. And Ned Lamont is 72, 71, 72. So there you go. One incumbent twice as old as his challenger. Yeah, like I said, you get them. I don't care whether the oldest candidate's a guy or a woman or D versus R. You get a visual up there, and believe me, visuals matter.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Very heavy volume now between Bridgeport and Fairfield's 22. We have a one-car crash in Fairfield there, blocking the left lane. Pretty heavy coming out of Westport, Sherwood Island into Norwalk, Stamford too. Very slow from 9 to exit 7. Stop and go through Trumbull into Fairfield on the Parkway, also heading into New Canaan. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Today will be partly sunny, warm, and moderately humid in the low to mid 80s. Partly cloudy tonight in the low 60s. Sunny, warm, and less humid tomorrow in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Melissa in the morning.
Yeah, hey, good morning. How is everyone, huh? You all right? You doing good? You good, huh? Hey, you're good there. 8:48, almost 12 before the top of the hour at 9203-333-9422, 333 WICC. That was the first time I almost made it through 4 hours this morning without gumming it up. There we go. 333-9422, 333 WICC. Thanks to John McKinney, former Republican state Senate leader here in the great state of Connecticut. What else is going on? 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. We worry again about the Bears. Yes. How many Bears are there in Connecticut? Here's what it takes to find out. A Connecticut Mirror story this morning. I talk about this a lot because I think we're kidding ourselves. And I know I'm going to upset people when I say this, but I deal in facts and forensics and not emotions here. A lot of people, including, some state scientists, say we're going to eventually need a controlled bear hunt. You have dozens and dozens and dozens of interactions between humans and bears. Bears not moving in. They're not saying, hey, what bedroom do I take? No, but bears entering homes. Imagine that. Imagine a big bear entering your house because it no longer has a fear of humans. A team of researchers led by Mississippi State University, who'd have thunk, is fanning out across Connecticut this summer. They will collect hair samples from resident bears. Man, that sounds dangerous. I hope the bear isn't there as your... Hold on, Smokey. Let me clip a little off the side here. Armed with equipment, a clipboard, and a blank piece of paper, along with bear spray and tick repellent, says here a team of researchers has been fanning out to hundreds of survey stations across western Connecticut. How about that? They are collecting data on the area's resident population of black bears. Their goal is to conduct the first scientific survey of the bear population in over a decade. And I read where this was going to happen. So this is the first, they try to do a bear count every 10 years or so, or 10 or 15 years. Well, we haven't done one since 2016, and we're going to do it again. Instead of trying to locate bears in the wild, the survey results on hair samples collected in barbed wire traps, which then, now listen to this, how cool is this? Which can then be used to ID individual bears based on their DNA. And that's, if you can get some hair, you can synthesize or, sequester some DNA in a laboratory. Researchers will later come up with a population estimate based on how many different bears they ID and how often those bears show up in samples across certain geographic areas. How about that? It's basically forensics, said Dr. Dana Morin, the principal investigator from Mississippi State. It's the same idea as IDing somebody from saliva or something like that. In order to spot hair among the dark hues of the forest floor, researchers use a sheet of white paper pegged to a clipboard to provide a bright background, which they pass slowly underneath the wires. So they're looking at a wire that may have some bear hair on it, and the contrast will show them where the hair is. Now, the researchers have set up 340 different collection sites from the New York border on the west side of the state all the way to the Connecticut River. Black bears are known to inhabit every town, or nearly every town in the state. They are, of course, concentrated more in the western part of the state. The group's survey efforts are mostly organized into 17 clusters. Each of those clusters, so there's 17 clusters around the state. This is fascinating stuff. Each cluster contains a dozen to 16 collection sites spread out roughly 14 square miles in a grid. So there are 17 clusters basically on a 14 square mile grid each. And in those individual 17 clusters of 14 square miles each, there are a dozen to 16 individual collection sites. All right. I just hope that, the bear spray would be good. I'd have a gun with me, but that's just me. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. The State Department of Energy and Environmental Protection urging residents to protect themselves from bears. Seal your garbage cans, please. Scrub your grills, please. And for God's sake, stop with the bird feeders. Stop it. Our state scientists say this every year. You know the bird, and now I'm saying this. You know what the bird feeders are like to bears? It's like a nice antipasto or a nice crudité platter, right? Stop feeding the birds. The birds are fine. The birds have been here on this earth for hundreds of thousands or millions of years. They know how to get worms. They know what nuts they can eat. They know what's edible on a tree. Stop feeding the birds, okay? Black Bear says right here, attempt to enter homes because they've consumed human food, pet food, trash, and bird seed. The bears become habituated and food conditioned. So they're used to us. They're used to what you eat. They're used to the fact that you don't clean your grills. And they're used to the fact that you insist on having bird feeders out there. Acting Deep Commissioner Emma Semino saying, quote, when bears find an easy meal in the trash or at bird feeders, they lose their natural fear of people and end up spending more time in yards and urban areas rather than the woods. And that places families and pets at risk. It ain't complicated, kids.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Earlier crash we had in Fairfield southbound on the Turnpike has been cleared. We still got delays Bridgeport heading into Fairfield, slow going in Norwalk, heavy volume in Stamford. Stop and go this morning from Trumbull right around Route 8 as you head into Fairfield. Busy in Westport, heavy volume in New Caney right now too. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Partly sunny and warm through this afternoon in the low to mid 80s. Partly cloudy tonight in the low 60s. Friday sunny, warm, and less humid in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
When you want real local news, you turn to WICC. When you want real live and local talk, you turn to WICC. There's no AI here. We're in your community because it's our community too. Personalities you know and trust, delivering what matters to you. We're the voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9.
Looking for eyewear specially made for you? Then discover Kennedy Perkins Guild Opticians, locally owned and family operated since 1946. Now with a new location right here in Milford on the Boston Post Road, right in the ShopRite Shopping Center. Kennedy Perkins offers the latest in lens technology, thousands of distinctive frames and sunglasses, and exclusive styles you won't find anywhere else. I was so excited to not only have my eye exam done there, but in that same building, I had a consultation with Kathy. She's one of the experienced eyewear consultants at Kennedy Perkins, and she is my kind of person. She would tell me what looked good for my face and why, and what didn't. And I felt so seen by her. I wasn't just a commission. Kathy found 2 pairs of glasses that made me feel beautiful. So stop playing guessing games when it comes to your glasses. Find that pair of glasses that will work for your face and your confidence for a lifetime. Check out Kennedy Perkins Guild Opticians on the Boston Post Road here in Milford or online at kennedyandperkins.com.
We're the first thing you listen to when your alarm goes off. We're number 1 on your car presets. And you stream us all day at work. Wherever you are, you can always find the voice of Connecticut. And that's on your social media too. Facebook, X, Instagram, YouTube. Just search for WICC. Contact your favorite hosts. Keep up to date on the latest happenings in Fairfield County. See what's going on in the studio. No matter where you are on social media, WICC is there too. You're listening to WICC.
I'm not one to say I told you so, but I switched to Pure Talk over a year ago, and ever since, I've been telling people there's no better wireless company out there. Well, a few months ago, a massive survey was conducted. 123,000 people were asked to rate their wireless carrier in 4 categories: coverage, support, data, and overall value. Well, the results are in. Guess which wireless company was the only wireless company to get 5 stars in every category? Yeah, Pure Talk. 5 stars, every category. To celebrate, Pure Talk is offering the first 3 months of any plan for just $15 a month, including their top-tier unlimited plan. No contract, no commitment, just a very inexpensive way to test drive the only American wireless company with 5 stars in every category. Just dial pound 250, say micro, and Pure Talk's U.S. customer service will take it from there. Again, pound 250, micro. And yes, I told you so.
You can't always listen to every moment of your favorite WICC shows on your radio, but you can always get caught up with our daily podcasts. Did you miss your local leaders on Melissa in the Morning? Or that breaking news on Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli? The podcast has it all. Download, like, and subscribe. It's easy, free, and on demand. Listen at voiceofct.com or just search The Voice of Connecticut wherever you get your podcasts. This is where Fairfield County comes for local news. WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven. Locally owned by Connoisseur Media, the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 488 Studios.
From ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. Another snapshot of the economy and prices and inflation. ABC's Jim Ryan has more on the Producer Price Index released a few minutes ago.
The PPI is a forward-looking economic indicator that offers hints at costs that industry may pass along to consumers in the months ahead. In June, wholesale prices saw their steepest decline in over a year. Last month, the trend essentially held steady, although producer prices were 4.7% higher last month than in July of 2025.
Producer prices also seen as an indicator of wholesale inflation. Applications for unemployment benefits rose last week. 209,000 people applied for jobless claims, up from a revised 200,000 the week before. Now, those numbers are similar to where they've been all year, suggesting people who have jobs are fairly secure, but companies are not really hiring at all right now. The Army still looking into the Apache helicopter crash near Fort Hood Wednesday that killed 2 soldiers in Texas. No word on a cause. On trial in California, the owner of Facebook and Instagram over the harm caused by their social media platforms. Here's ABC's Elizabeth Schulze.
Jury selection kicked off in federal court in Oakland, California, Wednesday in a case brought against Meta by a coalition of state attorneys general. They claim that Meta engineered its platforms to get young people hooked and illegally collected their data. Now, the state AGs are seeking changes to Meta's apps for people under age 18, including ending infinite scrolling, video autoplay, and like counts. They also want Meta to tweak its algorithm to prioritize content that promotes well-being for young users.
Flooding across much of Indiana on Wednesday. Major damage and water rescues, and ABC Chief Meteorologist Ginger Z says there's more rain on the way.
Unfortunately, we are stuck because of this stationary front in this pattern. The next couple of days, that's Saturday, 6 a.m., you get another one of those MCSs headed towards Chicago and eventually into Indiana. So a very wet stretch ahead.
You're listening to ABC News.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Pump up the volume. Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
We're learning more details about the decoy flight instead of Air Force One that President Trump took on his way home from Turkey last week.
The ruse shrouded in secrecy with only a handful of top aides aware of what was happening. The plane carrying Trump was escorted by F-35 fighter jets, standard protocol for Air Force One. So too was the old Air Force One, something highly unusual for a plane not carrying the president.
ABC's Mary Bruce at the White House. Federal officials announcing the arrest of nearly a dozen people involved in what they describe as one of the largest marriage fraud schemes in history. Here's ABC's Sophie Flay.
Prosecutors in New York say the ring arranged hundreds of sham marriages, pairing Chinese nationals seeking green cards with American citizens willing to marry them on paper for a price. The foreign nationals paid as much as $100,000 each, and the Americans were allegedly paid $30,000 to say, "I do." According to the indictment, some of the fake weddings were held at restaurants where the couples changed into traditional Chinese wedding attire to make the ceremonies look real.
Whole Foods is now recalling some prepared foods made with jalapenos that could be contaminated with salmonella. The outbreak has left more than 300 people sick across 27 states. Nobody's come forward yet to claim the billion-dollar Powerball jackpot. Only one ticket sold in the state of Illinois matched all the numbers. In the Powerball, the winner will get $450 million if they take the lump sum. I'm Sherry Preston, ABC News.
In a recent survey of 123,000 wireless customers, Pure Talk was the only wireless company to receive 5 stars in every category: coverage, support, value, and data. What else do you need to know? Switch to Pure Talk today and get any plan, including their top shelf unlimited data plan for just $15 a month for your first 3 months. No contract, no commitment. Dial pound 250, say micro, and let Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team help you make the switch.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Unofficial results from the Connecticut primary showed 23% of registered Democrats voted in Tuesday's election. That turnout was lower than the 2018 primary between Ned Lamont and Bridgeport's Joe Ganim. That year, 29% of eligible Democrats showed up at the polls. Almost 4,000 UI customers are without power this morning due to downed trees and power lines in the Milford and Orange area. Eversource customers have not been affected as severely, although there were over 300 reported outages in Norwalk this morning. Staying in Norwalk, an e-bike rider is recovering from serious injuries following a crash involving another vehicle earlier this week. The collision happened at the intersection of Osborne Avenue and Fort Point Street. The e-bike operator was taken to Norwalk Hospital for treatment. And Darien Little League defeated Port Washington, New York 8-4 yesterday to fight off elimination in the Metro Regional Tournament. The win earns the team a berth in the Metro Regional Tournament final against New Jersey. The winner will advance to the Little League World Series in Williamsport. For the Voice of Connecticut, WICC, I'm John Kamal.
Sponsored by Eliavson and Tenor. Whether it's a power of attorney, medical directives, wills, or a trust, every person is different. To create your personalized plan, call the law offices of Eliavson and Tenor or online. Check them out, ConnecticutElderLaw.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Very slow from Lindley Street to 95 merge on the 25A connector in Bridgeport. It's a slow ride, too, just past 26 on the way to Fairfield on the Turnpike. Heavy out of Norwalk into Darien. Slow going in Stamford. Southbound stop and go Trumbull at Fairfield. Middle of Westport, we're busy. And then once you get into New Canaan, it slows up on the Parkway there southbound. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
WICC 695.9, the Voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Today will be partly sunny, warm, and moderately humid in the low to mid 80s. Partly cloudy tonight in the low 60s. Sunny, warm, and less humid tomorrow in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Dude, I just got this car.
Yeah, sorry, man. Take it to my friend. He can do it for cheap.
Hi, this is Chris from Sono Collision. Don't just go to anybody for your repairs. Choose the best. Remember, you're the one that has to live with the repairs. It's your choice, so pick quality at Sono Collision. Go to sonocollision.com or call 203-939-9955. Your car will thank you.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance, the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
This is where Oxford starts the day. Melissa in the morning on WICC 695.9, the Voice of Connecticut.
Hey, good morning, good morning, good morning. It's not Melissa, it's Paul in for Melissa at 9:08. Back to open phones momentarily. Well, you know that Milford, where our cozy little studios are, Connoisseur Media, we were getting some national headlines, national play the other day when hundreds of folks showed up at an aldermanic meeting at City Hall saying, get these cameras out of here. They're talking primarily about the flock cameras. And to talk about what's going on all over the country right now, we say hello and good morning to ABC News crime and terrorism analyst Brad Garrett. Brad, good morning, sir. How are you?
Good, Paul. Thank you.
And Brad, maybe a couple of miles from where I'm sitting right now, we had a big gathering, a few hundred people a couple of weeks ago. Brad, there is a lot of anger about these license plate reader cameras, but the legality of these things is still kind of up in the air, isn't it?
Well, I think about it this way. Anything that's in the public sector that's not capturing a conversation is there's no expectation of privacy. Mm-hmm. So you and I walking down the sidewalk, walking into a restaurant, whatever we might do in our cars can legally be captured. Mm-hmm. The idea of flock is basically sort of the following, that it's a high resolution camera that's motion sensitive. So as you and I and others drive by it, it captures our car. It captures maybe even peculiarities about our car, like a dent or a broken light or whatever it might be, which obviously could be extremely helpful if, in fact, you just had somebody abducted 5 blocks away. And the police are now able, through flock cameras, to track the movement of this bad guy that maybe has a child, somebody else with them. So we could go on and on about all the positive things that flock cameras do.
Yeah.
I think the issue for a lot of people is that they think it oversteps privacy bounds. Now, I will share this with you. If you take the flock cameras away, it doesn't take away you and I being captured on cameras, because there's CCTV, there are license plate readers that are built on many police cars that capture as they drive around. If it's on, it captures plates of cars they pass, cars that are moving around in the proximity of their 2 cameras. And then, like I said, the CCTV cameras that the city, county, state may control, the law enforcement may control. There are something like 85 million cameras in the U.S. Wow. That's a guesstimate. But keep in mind, that includes, security systems you and I and others may have on our house, et cetera. So the idea that you can, get outraged, I get that, but you get outraged about flock doesn't mean that if you do away with flock, which some jurisdictions have or are in the process of doing, you're not eliminating maybe what you really have concerns about.
Yeah, Brad, finally on this whole thing, the notion of these cameras and the capture of all this, isn't the real anger coming from some of the stories that people are seeing, where you have police officers maybe not abiding by some rules and going in there and seeing where's my ex-boyfriend, where's my ex-girlfriend, and to me this is just poisoning the well, and I can understand people seeing that, Brad, and saying, hey, we got to make sure this doesn't happen.
Right, and there is a solution to that. I think Flock may even provide this. It's a system where it keeps track of who goes into the system.
Yeah.
So if you and I were police officers in Bridgeport, and one of us goes in and looks up an ex-girlfriend's movements, something like that, it shows that one of us logged in, when we logged in, what we looked at, and when we logged out, and how many times we do it. I mean, there are some of these abuses where some officers have become obsessed in tracking somebody, like an ex-boyfriend or whatever. Yeah. And they've gone out like 30 times checking this. All that could be curtailed just by having somebody monitor who uses the system. So that would be the starting point. And I think if jurisdictions, the police chief, the sheriff, the mayor, whomever, would have to make a point of, these things have been a lifesaver on a number of occasions, and that there is a real positive to keeping them.
Brad Garrett, ABC News crime and terrorism analyst. Brad, thanks for the time this morning. We appreciate it, sir. Take care.
You're welcome. Take care.
Thanks. Well, and folks, he's right. When these flock systems, or there are 4 or 5 other different brands, I saw a different truck doing maintenance on a camera here in Milford the other day down the street from where we are. It's the name escapes me. It's not Flock, but it's like the second or third most popular one there. These systems do have ways that, as Brad Garrett just said, to make sure that there is a record of who accesses this data and when. So my point would be, instead of screaming and yelling for these cameras to be taken down and vandalizing them, maybe the better way would be to put pressure on your local police departments, your police chiefs, your police commissions, to say, hey, we'll go easy on you, we meaning the public, will go easy on you if you guarantee to us, or maybe you make available in a publicly available log as to the names or the officers, the badge numbers, as to who looked at this information. See, that's the thing I think a lot of people don't understand, is that there are ways to drastically reduce the possibility of the wrong people seeing your data. And, yeah, I don't blame people for being upset. You see, there was a story yesterday or the day before I saw. Some police department is now facing heat because I guess there was an ex-officer, a female officer, who was, obsessively following the movements of her ex-boyfriend or ex-girlfriend or whatever. So you had that. That makes national news. That gets magnified. And then you have news that, of a few weeks ago of these cops that thankfully were taken off the force and indicted and prosecuted. So, boy, you really have the classic double-edged sword here. You really do. Because, listen, if you were concerned about the data and the weaponization of it and the protection of it, I understand that. But at the same time, if you are going to be concerned about that, you also have to understand that these cameras help the police. There's no question. There are police chiefs and sheriffs all over the country who can cite chapter and verse of crimes that have been solved largely because of license plate readers. So if you pull these things down in your cities and towns, there is a better than even chance that it will hamper your police department's ability to solve crimes. Not that they can't solve the crimes, but I'll ask you this again. Let's say you are not happy that, for example, the city of Milford is using flock cameras, and you're part of this group that wants all the flock cameras turned off or taken down in Milford. All right. Would you still feel the same way if, God forbid, your child were abducted, or you have an elderly relative that may be driving and not know where they are? Because to me, it's simple. Do you want to use these things for law enforcement or not?
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Slow going southbound on the Connecticut Turnpike in Bridgeport. It's also busy in Norwalk and Stamford. Southbound stop and go between Trumbull and Westport on the Parkway. And then slowing up at the New Canaan Rest area. They've got construction now north and southbound right around Ansonia and Shelton on Route 8. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Partly sunny and warm through this afternoon in the low to mid 80s. Partly cloudy tonight in the low 60s. Friday sunny, warm, and less humid in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
After hitting snooze 6 times today, you got up, ran out the door, sat in traffic, and by the time you reached the office, the last donut was gone. Now, head over to voiceofct.com and sign up for the City Line Florist Breakfast Brigade. We'll pick up delicious treats from Cakes by Sonia and make our way to any office in Southern Connecticut that needs us. Become the hero of your office with a WICC City Line Florist Breakfast Brigade. So the boss won't mind if you sleep in. It's time for the Market Scoreboard Report with Ron and Sana. Now on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Stocks are edging higher this morning ahead of some key inflation data. We get another read on wholesale inflation, which is a critical look at inflation in the pipeline after yesterday's tame CPI or consumer price report. We also get jobless claims this morning as well, and tomorrow we'll get a look at retail sales. But for now, the market is edging higher. Earnings have been supportive, obviously, for stocks. After yesterday's mixed close, the NASDAQ is still in good stead. The Dow is rebounding, while oil prices and interest rates are moving lower. Now, some are worried about about demand destruction in oil with prices being so high. We're seeing demand around the world fall off, and crude oil futures, despite the concerns about what's happening between the U.S. and Iran and the Strait of Hormuz, down $1.74 to 81.53. 10-year note yield at 4.67%. Dollar a little weaker this morning. Gold giving back some of yesterday's gains, down $23, while silver is down 64 cents to start the day as we move more deeply into this morning's economic numbers, which could move markets.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text SPARK to 215-215 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text SPARK to 215-215. That's SPARK to 215-215.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Seymour's live and local news source for 100 years. The voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Let's go to the phones. You can talk or text. Same number. Karen in Trumbull. Karen, good morning. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good, Karen. What's on your mind?
I have two comments about the license plate readers.
Yeah.
The first one is, if your car was stolen and recovered because they were able to trace your license plate, would you still be against license plate readers?
I'm not. I agree with you.
No,
I agree
I don't
with
mean
you.
personally. I mean, in general.
Yeah.
The other thing is, yesterday we were in a parking lot and the parking fee was charged because they had a camera that was able to trace your license plate. When you left the parking garage, your license plate was on record and they know how much you owe. Is anyone against those license plate readers? Or no, that's fine. They can chase my information because I parked my car.
Karen, I get you.
That's all I have to say.
Yeah, I understand. And Karen, here's the thing, though, because this is important. I think in principle, most people in principle, Karen in Trumbull, would agree with you, especially if you have a stolen car, an elderly relative whose mind may not be, they may forget where they are. God forbid you have a baby taken or something like that. But what is really hurting, well, two things are hurting the flock camera or the license plate reader implementation right now. One is people online saying stuff that they just have no idea what they're talking about. Oh, the flock cameras can interconnect with your phone. And maybe they can. I don't know. But they're painting the absolute worst case scenario because they're paranoid that somebody is spying on them. And like I said, for 99% of people, your life is not that exciting. They're looking for crooks. Now, having said that, I will also say, and I've been pretty consistent on this, I think, if a court says that this is a gross violation of the Fourth Amendment against unreasonable search and seizure, then I'm good with that. The other thing that's poisoning the well here is these stories, and they are happening, and you have officers being arrested themselves and fired and booted off and prosecuted. You've got some psycho police officers out there who are abusing their power and their ability to tap into this data. And I think once police departments across the state, across Connecticut, and all over the country can clamp down and maybe convince people saying, hey, we are going to prosecute anybody who illegally or improperly accesses this data, it'll be, I think the public will be more accepting of that. But some of the stuff I'm seeing online about this is just asinine. It's idiotic. Just hire more cops. All right, just hire more cops, and you'll be the first one to bitch and moan that your property taxes went up. Well, I don't want the cameras. Just hire cops. Well, it doesn't work that way, Clyde. It just doesn't. And the other thing I wish that the and I understand the concerns about the data. I get it. But you know what my gut feeling is? My gut feeling is the people who are supportive of the license plate reader technology are just supportive of it, and they're very quiet about it. Now, the people that are against it, I get it. They have the American right to protest, and good on them. Good on them. But I just think there's a silent majority of people who are like, no, just leave these things alone. Now, I could be wrong, but that's just, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And it's coming out now that I guess the Flock license plate readers helped capture that guy that a couple of years ago, year and a half ago, that shot up that laboratory at Brown University in Providence. So would the people who don't want these things up, would they have rather that the perpetrator in that not have been captured?
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Stop and go delays out of Bridgeport's 27A and through Fairfield on the Turnpike. Still busy in Norwalk and Stamford. Slow going in New Canaan, southbound on the Merritt Parkway. Northbound Route 8 in Shelton. Road work is set up. 25A connector is a busy ride from Washington Avenue into the 95 merge. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Today will be partly sunny, warm, and moderately humid in the low to mid 80s. Partly cloudy tonight in the low 60s. Sunny, warm, and less humid tomorrow in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Hey, it's Steve Basso from Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC again. There's no better time than right now to service or repair that AC system. Even install new or replace your existing system. Did you know high-efficiency ductless systems use up to 50% less electricity? Call us today at 203-335-0224. That's 203-335-0224. On the web at bassophac.com. And remember, everything's better with Basso.
If you get injured in an accident, it can feel like you're out there all by yourself. Insurance companies send an army of lawyers after you to lowball your claim, deny coverage, and force you to settle. At Trantolo & Trantolo, we've been standing up to the insurance companies for more than 85 years. We're on your side, and we'll get you what you're entitled to. We don't get paid until you do. If you're injured, don't fight solo. Trantolo & Trantolo. Get your free case assessment at TrantoloLaw.com. That's TrantoloLaw.com.
This is the Concert Guide, powered by Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
Concert season is flying by. Don't miss any of these great shows. Sunday, August 16th, the iconic Diana Ross performs at the Stanford Center for the Arts. Thursday, August 20th, Josh Groban is at Foxwoods. Saturday, August 22nd, see Kesha at the Mohegan Sun Arena, 10,000 Maniacs at Ridgefield Playhouse, or Rock of the 80s at College Street Music Hall. Sunday, August 23rd, another pair of shows to pick from. You got Andy Grammer at the Twiddle Oakdale Theater in Wallingford and The Fray at the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater in Bridgeport. Wednesday, August 25th, Squeeze performs with Adam Ant at Westville Music Bowl. Friday, August 28th, another tough choice to make. Pitbull partying it up at the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater in Bridgeport are TLC and Salt and Pepper with a throwback show at the Mohegan Sun.
The Concert Guide. Whether it's breakfast, lunch, or dinner, get fresh food served fast at any one of Duchess restaurants located throughout Connecticut. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Almost 4,000 UI customers are without power this morning due to downed trees and power lines in the Milford and Orange area. Several trees were knocked down, including a large tree on Woodruff Road, where crews were working around 4:30 this morning. The storm also produced isolated flooding and hail in parts of the state. Eversource customers have not been affected as severely, although there were over 300 reported outages in Norwalk this morning. Connecticut consumers are getting a couple of breaks on the sales tax this year thanks to changes included in the state budget. Governor Ned Lamont says sales taxes are no longer being collected on non-electronic school supplies, including pens, pencils, crayons, binders, and lunchboxes. The change took effect July 1st and is expected to save Connecticut consumers about $6 million a year. The state's also expanding its annual sales tax-free week, which this year will cover most clothing and footwear priced under $300 per item, up from the previous $100 limit. The tax-free week, which starts this coming Sunday, will also include additional items such as backpacks and cleats, giving families more opportunities to save during the back-to-school shopping season. Unofficial results from the Connecticut primary showed 23% of registered Democrats voted in Tuesday's election. The turnout was lower than the 2018 primary between Ned Lamont and Bridgeport's Joe Ganim. That year, 29% of eligible Democrats showed up at the polls. On the other end of the spectrum, turnout this year was over 40% in Bethlehem, Heartland, and West Hartford for Democrats. Numbers from the Secretary of State's office show Lamont won a majority of votes over challenger Josh Elliott in all but 3 towns, Scotland, Chaplin, and Woodstock. Norwalk Marine has officially purchased the Stratford property it's called home for the past 15 years. The construction company paid $1.6 million for the 4-acre site at 245 Access Road, which includes a 25,000 square foot building. Norwalk Marine specializes in marine and geotechnical construction, including pile driving, excavation support, and bulkheads, and owner Louis Skip Gardella told CT Insider that the company is still continuing to grow its geotechnical business. Staying in Norwalk, an e-bike rider is recovering from serious injuries following a crash involving another vehicle earlier this week. Police say the collision happened around 2:41 p.m. at the intersection of Osborne Avenue and Fort Point Street, and the e-bike operator was taken to Norwalk Hospital for treatment. Authorities have not released additional details about what led to the crash, but Dr. Shay Gregg from St. Vincent's Medical Center said that e-bike accidents have become a common problem for riders of all ages.
In the trauma center, we are seeing injuries that occur from 6 years old all the way up to 50, 60, 70 years old. So is there a safe age? The answer is you have to be able to control a motorized bike. You have to be smart enough and willing to wear the appropriate safety gear.
And Darien Little League defeated Port Washington, New York 8-4 yesterday to fight off elimination in the Metro Regional Tournament. Catcher Hugh Butler homered twice with a solo shot in the first inning and a 2-run homer in the 5th. Butler also homered twice in the state championship game over Waterford. The win yesterday earns the team a berth in the Metro Regional Tournament final against New Jersey. The winner will advance to the Little League World Series in Williamsport. For the Voice of Connecticut, WICC, I'm John Kamal.
Sponsored by Hall Neighborhood House. Hall Neighborhood House, celebrating 140 years of hope, opportunity, and community. Hall Neighborhood House, the heart of Bridgeport for 140 years. Learn more. Check them out online. hallneighborhoodhouse.org.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Delays in Bridgeport, Norwalk, and Stamford right now on the Connecticut Turnpike southbound. Slow going in Fairfield on the Merritt Parkway south. Roadworks blocking the left lane at Black Rock Turnpike. Northbound delays as you head from Shelton into Ansonia. That is construction ongoing. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Partly sunny and warm through this afternoon in the low to mid 80s. Partly cloudy tonight in the low 60s. Friday sunny, warm, and less humid in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Most people want to spend their retirement years at home, but most seniors are not equipped to do it. In fact, according to AARP, 82% of adults ages 50 and up want to remain in their current homes as they age, but only about 10% of U.S. homes are considered aging ready. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here, and I'm so grateful. My grandmother lived with us for more than 20 years, and as she got older, my parents equipped their home in Fairfield to accommodate her needs, and they got in-home care, like Connecticut In-Home Assistance. I believe in-home care Care made my grandmother's final years comfortable, joyful, and actually made her feel more independent. It also helped my parents to have peace of mind that someone could get her to her appointments, make sure she didn't fall, and allow them to have a loving relationship with her instead of one filled with tension and resentment. Don't wait until it's too late to make your home ready for an aging parent. Get the help you need to keep your loved one at home safe and sound. Check out Connecticut In-Home Assistance at cthomecare.com. And right now, you can even download their free ebook online. Again, cthomecare.com.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. Mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Hear the news as it happens on Melissa in the Morning. Now on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right. Hey, good morning, good morning, good morning. Exactly on the double zeros, 9:36 in the morning, 24 before 10, top of the hour, another check of news and traffic and weather together and all of that. Calling for Melissa. Melissa in the Morning, she's out until Monday, so they let me play in the morning show. And if I don't drive it into a brick wall, I guess I'm good. All right. 203-333-9422. Back to the telephones. Jim in Bridgeport. Jim, good morning. You're on WICC.
Morning, Paul.
How you doing, Jim? Good, Jim. What's up, man?
I don't have a problem with license plate readers. I have a problem with speed cameras.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
Because in the state of Connecticut, I'm not responsible for somebody else driving my vehicle.
Yeah.
And they're sending out warning letters with just the back of your license plate.
Yep.
Which now, say I let my daughter drive my car or my son or whoever, and they get a ticket, and I have no recourse to fight it. Am I supposed to squeal on my kids? Go to court and say it was my child that got.
Well, it's interesting, and Bob and Jim, I'm sorry. The reason that they probably set up the law the way they did is probably because of your predicament here. There's no points on your license. All they say is the owner of the car, the registrant of the car, is going to get hit with the fee, the fine. So, I've been telling people. I don't know whether you heard me in the afternoon. I've seriously, Jim. I've been telling people, make sure your kids and your spouse and your significant other understand how this works. You know what I mean?
No, I understand that, and I understand you don't get any points on your license.
Yeah.
But the big arm of the insurance company gets your driving record on your vehicle. So now I may get hit with higher insurance rates. And people don't realize that. They're saying, oh, no, there's no points on your license. Absolutely. But your car is registered in the state of Connecticut.
Yeah.
They find your car through the state of Connecticut. They issue you a ticket for speeding. And then the insurance company, they look up your driving record. Your car has been speeding. So now your insurance rates go up.
Jim, do you know this for a fact? Because I'll admit...
Nobody can give anybody an answer. They're saying no, and there's no answers out there. But the big arm of the insurance companies?
Yeah.
They find everything out. I had a claim on a windshield from a totally different insurance company.
Yeah.
Oh, well, you had a claim. So, and the insurance companies want to get in your pockets as much as they can. They raise your rate if you blink the wrong way. So, my thing is, I get a speeding ticket, I own it.
Yeah.
But you should be able to face your accuser also.
Yeah, and Jim, I thank you for the call, and I find that interesting that you can't get an answer on that, neither can I. Now, we were told that as part of the sales job on these speed cameras is, hey, don't worry, you can get as many tickets as you want. It doesn't count on your license. But Jim may have a point there. You know what? I've got to, but Jim, because of your call, I'll pick the brains of a couple of state people I know at the Capitol and some legislators and ask them, as far as they know, does getting a ticket on these cameras, not the flock cameras, but does getting a ticket on these speed cameras, is that reported to your insurance company? Or does the state of Connecticut, is part of the law that was passed here in the General Assembly, is that information blocked? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Yeah, a couple of more municipalities have announced that they're going with the speed cameras. North Haven is one of them, which is one town down from where I am, right off I-91. And I think they already announced that there's only 2 areas where the cameras are going to be set up. One is a school zone. The other one I'll check for you on the break here. But, yeah. And it's interesting. Our last caller is not the first person that I've heard say they're bothered more by the speed cameras and the red light cameras and maybe the stop sign cameras versus the license plate readers. Interesting. I would say if you asked somebody, what are you upset with more? The bottom line is they're probably going to say the license plate readers because everybody has this big brother fear, 1984, they're going to come after me, versus the speed cameras because they can say, well, I know where the speed cameras are. I'll just avoid the area. But honestly, and not that I'm rooting for them, I have no problem with either one. I don't. As long as guidelines are followed. I know you're probably going to hiss and yell and scream at me, but I'm not losing sleep over each one. Now, granted, my town does not have any speed cameras yet. I hope they do. And I'm telling you, I used to be vehemently anti-speed camera. And you know what? Why'd you change, Paul? Oh, they bought you off. No. The fact is, over the last 2 or 3 years, I've almost been T-boned at least 8 or 9 times, probably in double digits. This is when I've had the green light at a 4-way stoplight. Easily 8 or 9 times, probably double digits. Where people have just blown through the red light on their side, or I was crossing in a crosswalk once and somebody was laughing. They were giving me the finger with no intention of slowing down. So you know what? I've had it. I usually get to a point on something where it's like, hey, that's it. I can't take it anymore. So yes. Oh, that means you can be bought off. No. It means that if I see the idiot effect getting higher and higher and higher, to the point where it's threatening my safety, sorry, that's it. I'm a constitutionalist as much as the next guy, but come on, some of this stuff is just, people are, they drive like lunatics. Do I speed sometimes? Sure, I do. I will freely admit it. Have I gotten speeding tickets in my life? Oh, yes. I've been pulled over probably a dozen times or something like that. I don't know. But if my town was ever to get the speed cameras, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take a sticky note. I'm going to put the street names on it, and I'm going to stick it on my dashboard. Just to remind myself, hey, either don't go this way, or if you go this way, know where the brake pedal is. That's it. It's not that hard. Last time I checked, it's not that hard. But that's just me. That's just crazy me. As far as the license plate readers, listen, I just think that as long as the local police, the sheriffs, the police around here in Connecticut and nationally can convince people, hey, we have locked down this information, and anybody who illegally goes after this information is going to be in trouble. They're going to get released from the cops, they'll get fired, and they'll be prosecuted. That, I think, will go a long way to assuaging the fears that people have. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. I don't know what to tell you, because to me, that's the only way to fix this. But again, if you're upset about surveillance and everything, that's fine. God bless you. You can be concerned about that. And a healthy skepticism about that is good. Just remember, though, if you're using a free email system, Yahoo, Hotmail, some other stuff like that, Gmail, you're letting a private company read your emails. Yes, you allow them to scan your emails. If you have a cell phone, if you have a smartphone, and you don't have your location services turned off on one of your menus, you are allowing a private company like Google and whatever to track every inch that you travel during the day. So just for a little food for thought.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Delays southbound on the Connecticut Turnpike in Bridgeport, Norwalk, and Stamford. They're also doing road work northbound Marsh Hill Road. There's a left lane out through that area. Parkway's not bad right now. We are seeing road work set up at Black Rock Turnpike in Fairfield, southbound on the Parkway. Left lane is out. Left lane is out too northbound between Shelton and Ansonia. That is construction going on. Sponsored by R.D. Cinto. It's time to move your office to an R.D. Cinto property, and you'll avoid all this traffic. Learn more at Cinto.com. You deserve it. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Today will be partly sunny, warm, and moderately humid in the low to mid 80s. Partly cloudy tonight in the low 60s. Sunny, warm, and less humid tomorrow in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
For over a century, Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull has been a beacon of support and compassion for families navigating the profound challenges of grief and loss. Family owned since 1906, we are dedicated to helping you honor your loved ones with dignity and respect. Trust our experienced team to guide you through this difficult time, allowing you to celebrate a life well lived. Abriola.com, your legacy, our commitment.
What's wrong?
I had a dream. It was raining, and our basement was filling with water again.
Do you have nightmares when it rains? Wet basement? Why wait? End your basement water nightmares once and for all. Call the Basement Boss, Connecticut's waterproofing experts. Basement Boss will pinpoint where the water is coming from, give you a tailored solution, and stop your basement water nightmare. High quality, low cost. That's the Basement Boss. Wet basement? Why wait? Go to basementbossct.com.
Make this the summer you love your smile. Downtown Dental is offering dental implants for just $999. Feel confident at every event, every photo, every moment. Whether you need a routine checkup and cleaning, a cosmetic smile makeover, replacement of missing teeth, or prompt emergency care, Downtown Dental can help. Take advantage of the $999 dental implant special today. Trusted offices in Bridgeport, Norwalk, and West Haven. Call Downtown Dental or visit downtowndentalct.com.
Hi, this is Leo Carl from Carl Chevrolet in New Canaan. Last year, more consumers switched to Chevrolet than any other automotive brand. Why? With more standard passive and active safety features than any other brand, plus easy-to-use technology like wireless Apple CarPlay, Chevy simply builds in more value. And who doesn't love getting more for their money? With fresh inventory arriving daily, see for yourself at Carl Chevrolet, 261 Elm Street in New Canaan, or online at carlchevy.com.
Recently, 1 in 4 people surveyed by Bankrate.com say they're literally losing sleep because of worries that they might not have saved enough to retire. Pretty much adds up because the number one fear of planning for retirement is running out of money. So if you're ready to get serious about planning for your future, you could start by listening to Mastering Your Wealth with host David Gagnon of First Financial Planners. Tune in Saturday mornings at 8 right here on WICC 600. Also get more details online at masteringyourwealthradio.com.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Melissa in the morning.
Hey, good morning, good morning, good morning. 9:50, 10 before the top of the hour. News coming up at the top locally from John Kamal and ABC. We talk a lot on this radio station, all the shows, about the marijuana, the cannabis laws and practices in Connecticut. And we're joined by one of the fine folks from the Connecticut Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services, their Prevention and Health Promotion Division. Danica Wadima-Lewis is on the phone with us to talk about a very, very, very important campaign, an info campaign from the state. Danica, it's Paul here at WICC. Good morning. How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
Very, very well. You are a behavioral health program manager, and the Be in the Know campaign, and the website is beintheknowct.org. It's got a very, very important role here, Danica. Explain what the purpose of this new push is here.
Sure. So, beintheknowct.org is our statewide cannabis website. So for adults over the age of 21, we have laws that we feel that people should know, as well as talking tips for them to talk to their young people. There are opportunities to get a free cannabis lock bag, because we know that if you choose to use what we're really advocating is that you do so safely. So a large portion of the work that we're doing right now is all around safe storage. So making sure that for adults, that if you choose to use cannabis, that you're keeping it locked and secure and out of reach, and really making sure that this is a resource available for free for any Connecticut resident is one of our priorities right now.
And summer, of course, a very, very big time for families. So it sounds like it's a good idea, Danica, as you say, just to get the family together and maybe during a summer evening, talk about this, talk it out, make sure your kids know what's going on.
Absolutely. So within the kind of our perspective, we're always advocating for parents and other caregivers to really talk early and talk often. We know that adults play a significant role in the choices that young people make. So whenever there's an opportunity to really enforce your family expectations, give young people the opportunity to role play of how to say no, or even develop an exit strategy, that's what we would love to see more families do.
You know, a lot of people talk about this because oftentimes, sadly, it is in the news, Danica. Many people think that it's okay to drive if they don't feel impaired, or they compare it to alcohol. What's the accepted logic on this? What should our listeners know, and what should families discuss when it comes to maybe getting behind the wheel?
Absolutely. So just some quick facts just related to cannabis. So cannabis can stay in your system for 4 to 12 hours, and it can affect your reaction time, coordination, and judgment. And I'm sure that most would agree that those are those 3 components that are critical to driving. So if you choose to consume, make a transportation plan ahead of time. So if you can, stay in place, right, or use at home.
Sure.
Ask a friend for a ride, or go through a ride share. So really just wanting to make sure that it's not just advocating for the one person's safety, but also recognizing that when people end up on the road, that their decisions also impact kind of the safety of other people. So really trying to mitigate that risk by making sure that people understand what the facts are, as well as creating those safety plans ahead of time.
Danique Wadima-Lewis is the guest, Behavioral Health Program Manager from the fine folks at the Prevention and Health Promotion Division at the Connecticut Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services. This is the Be in the Know campaign. Any other Connecticut cannabis laws that maybe, Danique, people should be aware of besides just trying to use common sense?
Sure. So I'll highlight a couple.
Yeah.
Consuming cannabis in a vehicle is illegal for both drivers and passengers, so it's not allowed for anyone. Other piece, relayed back to young people. Adults can be held legally responsible if someone under the age of 21 consumes cannabis on their property.
Oh,
so
wow.
that's super important.
That's interesting. Yeah.
And then, especially since we're still in the midst of summer, it's also illegal to consume in parks and beaches. So also something to be noted. And also illegal to transport in a car across state lines. So those are just four. There are many more laws that we highlight through the beintheknowct.org website.
You had mentioned at the outset, and I have one in front of me, this, I guess it's a storage bag here. It's a nice bag. It's got the Be in the Know logo here. It's got a barcode, and it's got a lock on it that, you can set to a 3-digit code here. Talk about the adaptation of these, Danique. Seems to me that this would be a good thing where parents or caregivers could say, hey, I have a supply. This is not for you kids. I don't want to see you touching this bag. Talk about these bags a little.
Absolutely. So like I said, we're really trying to ensure that people keep it locked, out of sight and out of reach. So really having a lock bag is our primary strategy. So yes, you can lock it and with a code and we know that safe storage helps to protect not only young people, but pets from accidental ingestion.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And I think that it's just like with alcohol or prescription.
Sure.
The piece, especially related to young people, is around keeping it stored and locked. So with cannabis, it's no different. So really, we're really trying to advocate for people to store cannabis just like you would for those other substances, as well as having those conversations. The other thing about the lock bag, when you do receive your free lock bag, there's also information on the inside. So information on accidental ingestion, other things, facts to know about cannabis. So we're really just trying to ensure that we're not just providing this as a safety piece, but also as an opportunity to provide a little bit more education. So if anyone would like one, please head to our Be in the Know CT website and access one.
BeInTheKnowCT.org. Also, the Instagram tag is at BeInTheKnowCT. And, of course, on Facebook, Be in the Know CT. Again, as our guest, Danique, said, pretty much common sense here. Just think about how you try to keep alcohol away from your kids and minors in your home, and watch the edibles, too. Our guest has been Danique Wadima-Lewis. She is the Behavioral Health Program Manager at the Connecticut Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services, Prevention and Health Promotion Division. It's about being in the know. BeInTheKnowCT.org. Common sense cautions about adult use, stress adult use marijuana products. Danique Wadima-Lewis. Danique, thank you. It's been fascinating. We are glad to have you, and take care.
Thank you. You as well.
All right. Danique Wadima-Lewis, the campaign, BeInTheKnowCT.org. It's on Instagram. It's on Facebook. You can get a free locking bag, pretty spiffy bag here. Double zippered pouch, info on the inside, and of course you lock up your adult use cannabis just the way you keep booze and alcohol away from the little ones or the minors. Do it with pot. All right, Norm on traffic, Paul Pioric on the weather, John Kamal on news, and of course, he's known all around Milford You mention Eric, the producer's name, in Milford, and people.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu. My Computer Career, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven. Locally owned by Connoisseur Media, the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 488 Studios.
From ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent tells the Des Moines Register this week he believes whoever tipped off the Washington Post about the elaborate plan for President Trump to covertly swap planes while leaving Turkey earlier this month has committed treason and that they'll be found. ABC's Mary Bruce with more on some new details.
According to a senior administration official, the call was driven by intelligence that an Iranian terror cell had snuck into Turkey with a shoulder-fired missile and that they had information about Trump's movements. The ruse shrouded in secrecy with only a handful of top aides aware of what was happening, including Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, along with Communications Director Stephen Chung, who all rode on the old Air Force One.
Wholesale inflation dropping last month as gas prices dropped ever so slightly on the hopes that the war would end soon. The Labor Department reporting producer price index numbers, inflation beating it before it reaches consumers, rising 4.7% from a year ago, but was up 5.5% back in June. Jury selection began this week in the lawsuit filed by a group of state attorneys general against Meta over how its platforms affect the mental health of kids. ABC's Elizabeth Scholze on Meta's reaction to what the punishment in California could be if found guilty.
Meta claims that the damages could be as high as $1.4 trillion, by far the biggest penalty yet. And just last week, a New Mexico judge ordered the company to pay $567 million. In a similar case, Meta says that rather than sticking to the facts or the law, the state AGs have instead decided to chase an outlandish payout, and it stands by its record, creating strong protections for teens.
Quincy, Illinois convenience store manager John Marshall hearing from his boss early today about Powerball.
He called me and at 3 a.m. I thought something was wrong, but he just wanted to let me know that we sold the winning ticket.
Only one winner. That ticket now worth more than $1 billion. You're listening to ABC News.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
More reaction coming in to the Homeland Security Department's plans to spend $20 million on gloves that send an electric shock to someone just by touching them.
A product manual recommends avoiding the device's use on the elderly, small children, pregnant women, and the severely handicapped. Civil rights groups like the ACLU already raising alarms, and the state of New York vowing to take legal action if the gloves are misused.
ABC's Jay O'Brien in Washington. DHS says they'll be used as a de-escalation device. Arizona Senator Ruben Gallo is calling on the Navy to allow a bipartisan congressional delegation to visit the USS Abraham Lincoln in the Middle East and to conduct an oversight investigation into reports that multiple sailors have tried to jump overboard due to long deployments and disrupted supply lines that have caused a lack of food and clean water. An Army gynecologist is charged with sexually abusing patients.
A 46-page charging document lists 272 crimes that OBGYN Blaine McGraw is accused of committing between 2021 and 2026. 66 complaints relate to video recordings that the 48-year-old is alleged to have secretly made of his patients. Prosecutors say McGraw was conducting exams for his own gratification. McGraw's lawyers say the procedures were medically necessary. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
The Kennedy Center Board meets today to discuss future plans, including closing the iconic D.C. institution if it needs significant repairs. Sherry Preston, ABC News.
In a recent survey of 123,000 wireless customers, Pure Talk was the only wireless company to receive 5 stars in every category: coverage, support, value, and data. What else do you need to know? Switch to Pure Talk today and get any plan, including their top shelf unlimited data plan, for just $15 a month for your first 3 months. No contract, no commitment. Dial pound 250, say micro, and let Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team help you make the switch.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
This update is brought to you by Kitchen Corner in Fairfield. Visit Kitchen Corner in Fairfield, the headquarters for your cooking needs and entertaining essentials, offering expert knife sharpening. 203-374-1118 or kitchen-corner.com. Over 3,500 UI customers are still without power this morning due to downed trees and power lines in the Milford and Orange area. Several trees were knocked down, including a large tree on Woodruff Road, where crews were working around 4:30 this morning. The storm also produced isolated flooding and hail in parts of the state. Eversource customers haven't been affected as severely, although this morning there were over 300 reported outages in Norwalk that have since been resolved. And Darien Little League defeated Port Washington, New York 8-4 last night to fight off elimination in the Metro Region Tournament. Catcher Hugh Butler homered twice with a solo shot in the first inning and a 2-run homer in the fifth. The win yesterday earns the team a spot in the Metro Region Tournament final against New Jersey. The winner will advance to the Little League World Series in Williamsport, Pennsylvania. For the Voice of Connecticut, WICC, I'm John Kamal.
WICC 695.9, the Voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
Partly sunny and warm the rest of this afternoon in the low to mid 80s. Partly cloudy tonight in the low 60s. Friday, sunny, warm, and less humid in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
It's time for stimulating talk. Time for thought-provoking conversation. Time for the Lisa Wexler Show. Turn on your brain and get the real scoop on today's topics and events. Here is Lisa Wexler.
And joining us now, John D'Angelo, who is an MD and who is the CEO of Northwell Health, which has been responsible for a lot of delivering wonderful health care in New York and in Westchester, has been a sponsor of this show, Northern Westchester Hospital, for many years now. And we continue with Northwell sponsoring not only The Doctor Is In, but also our Women's Health Matters series, which we inaugurated last fall, in which we adore interviewing all of these different people, specifically focusing on women's health. John D'Angelo, President and CEO, welcome to the Lisa Wexler Show today. Hello. It's a pleasure to have you. Hello.
Hello, Lisa. Thank you for having me.
Well, it really is wonderful. I just want to begin at the beginning. I don't know if you know my cousin, but my cousin is one of your top foot and ankle surgeons from LIJ, Dr. David Zaret. Do you happen to know my...
I know the name. I don't think we've met, though. But
he's my first cousin. He's like my brother.
Oh, wow.
Anyway,
okay.
I just thought I would tell you that. Anyway,
Great.
So Dr. D'Angelo, congratulations to you and congratulations to Northwell for coming into Connecticut. And I understand you're going to be taking over, or already have started to take over, Norwalk and Danbury Hospital. And I'd like that, if you don't mind, to be the focus of this conversation, because people in our community would really like to know what resources, what cultural changes, what is your vision as CEO of Northwell for Norwalk and Danbury hospitals going forward?
Sure. Again, so thanks for having me. Yeah, I'm excited about the possibilities and the plans we have for the area. I've been with Northwell 25 years, and there's an army of people like me who have become so committed to what Northwell stands for. We have an amazing culture. We're very mission-driven, very purpose-driven, and we're an organization that has grown. You know, we're fairly young as far as age of, I guess, some of the more legacy health systems in the region. You know, for 30 or so years, we've grown one hospital merger at a time. The merger with the New Vance Health System is our biggest merger, having 7 hospitals come in at a time, 4 in Connecticut, Norwalk, Danbury, New Milford, and Sharon, and 3 on the New York side, Vassar, Putnam, and Northern Dutchess. And we're excited. We in the years leading up to the potential and then ultimately the merger, felt that the New Vance Health System, and that includes Danbury and Norwalk, had a similar philosophy around purpose and mission, but we felt we can add a lot of value into the execution in delivering, the full potential of what care could be in those communities. Even though people think of us as a hospital system, we're now 28 hospitals after this merger. We have about 1,000 ambulatory practices, and every clinical service from birth to end of life, and have been successful in how we really think about overall health and how we integrate with communities and how we get very granular with local community kind of strategies and again, partnerships and integration. So we believe building the ambulatory network, building the programmatic growth, building those community relationships, understanding and responding to the needs of the community, we can add a lot of value in the Norwalk, Danbury area and beyond.
Well, one of the things, I don't know if you know, Dr. D'Angelo, but I'm a probate judge.
Oh, I didn't know that.
In my other life, yeah. I'm the probate judge of Westport and Weston for 13 years. And so I'm saying this because I have a tremendously vast experience at looking at death certificates, and like every single day. And I look at cause of death, and many of the people in our jurisdiction, of course, pass away in local hospitals. I saw that in your own biography, one of the things as an emergency medicine doctor that you cared a lot about was avoiding sepsis. And I'm really interested in that and how you can bring the latest model of that to our local hospitals, because sepsis is not something most people are familiar with, but tends to be one of the more obvious, common, acute causes of death. So can you talk to us a little bit about that and ways in which you're governing over Norwalk and Danbury Hospital may improve outcomes for sepsis?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for the question. It's something I'm passionate about. Sepsis is the leading cause of mortality when people die from an infection. So your body can have a simple infection or a complex one, and your body's immune system can over-respond to fight the infection and start to cause damage to your own organs, your own bloodstream, blood vessels and so forth. And people go into shock, and unfortunately, if sometimes inevitably, but a lot of times, if not aggressively treated, can succumb to sepsis and die.
Right.
We weren't doing as well as we would have liked. Now, this is going back to 2008, 2009 at Northwell. And I was asked to lead a group. And long story short, we reduced our system-wide mortality by over 50% in a 3-year period.
Wow.
And we got a lot of national accolades for this and so forth. But it's really, the science is out there. What we need to do is well documented in the medical literature. Sepsis is just challenging because it can be very subtle in the onset. So identifying it early is critically important. And the treatment needs to be very regimented. The processes have to be really ironclad. It's just got to be it's around efficiency and design of processes. And we have, so at Northwell, so that playbook of how we improved high reliability on that care model, on that care process, is a playbook we use very frequently around any enterprise improvement, change management we need to drive as a high priority across the organization. And it's an effective structure that we have in place, and we have a whole change, we call it a change community. We have improvement science kind of folks that really get into the weeds with every local hospital in our portfolio, and we look at all the data and we see where they have opportunity, and if sepsis is one of them, we get very aggressive with deploying those best practices, putting data and transparency around it, constant improvement cycles, and it really takes engaging the frontline teams that do the work every day.
Oh, it definitely is. They got to get that vancomycin in right away. Boom, boom.
Yeah. And you got to go through every step in the process, and the local team needs to own the improvement, but you got to put the structure around them to drive the improvement. So that's how we operate at Northwell, and whether it's sepsis or all clinical outcomes, we feel, the combination of good data science, good improvement science, everybody getting comfortable, not from a punitive perspective, but we're very comfortable with transparency, for the sake of understanding where we can do better and always wanting to do better. And it's just part of our culture. So we hope to bring that.
Yeah, yep. We're chatting with John D'Angelo, who's the new CEO of Northwell. Are you willing to tell us, do you know, and if you do know, are you willing to tell us where there are specific areas of improvement in Danbury Norwalk Hospital that you guys are aiming to fix?
Yeah, I think, I don't have any specifics off the top of my head. I'm sure my chief quality officer may have a few they're working on, but typically the things we focus on are things like you're talking about, sepsis. We look at sepsis mortality, but also the various measures of sepsis management. We look at acute stroke, heart attacks, things of that nature. We're looking at all the performance, and Nuvance does fairly well on a lot of stuff that we've seen we share a common database. But there's always room for improvement. My focus I guess the thing I've been focused on, integrating a new health system into our health system is a lot of work, and there's a lot of, I would say it's going to be a marathon. It's like a 5-year or so journey, and the early stages are we've had every single clinical service, so what we call service lines, whether it's emergency medicine, radiology, cardiology, all the different service lines, the leaders of those clinical entities in the legacy Nuvance system, including Danbury Norwalk, integrated now fully into our clinical service lines and up to our system chairs, and that means that every individual discipline or specialty does that crosswalk. If I was still running emergency medicine for the system, that's exactly what I'd be doing. I'd be looking at all their throughput times, turnaround times, quality measures on sepsis, heart attack, stroke, traumas, all those sorts of things, and finding those areas that we would be focusing on going forward. So all that work's been happening over the last years with each of our clinical leaders in every discipline running. We've done a lot of work on leadership kind of alignment, getting our arms around the finances, the budget process, the P&L management, facilities, a lot of work, discovering, where we can add value and where the facilities, although a lot of facilities are in pretty good shape, actually. And the real focus we've been working on is integrating the board, integrating with the community, and really starting to network and recruit physicians to build a robust ambulatory network. And we think the ambulatory footprint is really going to be a key to success, is really building a truly integrated physician provider and a provider network across the region that is tied to, again, the programs we hope to elevate.
When you say ambulatory network, you mean like going to the doctor,
office practices,
outside of the hospital, having nothing to do with the hospital. And you're saying Northwell will own the doctor practice? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, we have 8,000 or so employed physicians now in a very large medical group that we own. And we still work with what we call voluntary physicians, so doctors who are in their own practice and are independent. Are critical if they're using our hospitals, that they have to be engaged and part of our team. But we also employ a lot of physicians and build it's one of the ways we build program is, it starts in the community. It starts with, having cardiologists and gastroenterologists and ENT and pediatricians and everything you can imagine in a vicinity that it's not only high quality, but it's convenient and easy to access for everyone in the community. And that ultimately ties to the hospital in that when, part of our mission is to keep people healthy so they don't need to be in the hospital and focusing on wellness and managing chronic disease. But then when they do wind up in the hospital, if you are fully integrated, there's a lot more value, improvement in outcome, improvement in transitions between care if you're fully integrated. So if the hospital folks have full line of sight of all the ambulatory records and the person's history, and then when they leave the hospital, we have seamless transition back to their doctor so they don't wind up regressing and winding up back in the hospital. It's all connected. So how we build that integrated network is a real important part of our success.
Are you using Epic? Do you use UHeart, Chart, whatever it's called?
My chart, yeah. So we've been on prior to the New Vance Health System coming in, as we grew one hospital at a time, we've had predominantly a system called Allscripts, but we also had a few sites on a Cerner product, on a Meditech product. We invested close to a little over $1 billion over the last 3 years in a full digital transformation. So we just did our second wave. We put 43,000 new users on in May, 30-something thousand users on last November, and we have one more wave this coming November. So we're converting the entire organization to Epic. Now 80% is converted. We are using Salesforce as our CRM, so our customer relationship management software, so that we can really streamline and have a digital, both human and digital ways people can access and navigate us easily through call centers and online and through apps and so forth. And we've been working very closely with Google on our data and how to optimize our data. So we have a big digital transformation going on, and New Vance and Norwalk and Danbury are going to be in line to be one of our future waves of that rollout. So they will also be moving to all these platforms.
Right now, there's one bluefish swimming in Long Island Sound. And this summer, it could make you $25,000 richer. The 44th annual WICC Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth, driven by Stevens, Ford, Lincoln, and Milford, is August 29th and 30th. Land the heaviest bluefish that weekend to wheel in $25,000. There's over $40,000 in cash prizes total. Sign up now at bluefishtournament.com or at your local bait and tackle shop. We'll see you on the Sound. Thanks to Water Doctor, Bridgeport Harbor Marina, and Little Pub.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
Your business or service can reach thousands of listeners with The Lisa Wexler Show. Lisa's listeners are devoted and loyal. They should know how great your business is. Advertise on The Lisa Wexler Show. Lisa will work with you directly to craft a message that resonates with listeners, plus you'll get introduced to the members of The Lisa Wexler Show family. Advertise on The Lisa Wexler Show. Just email Lisa at voiceofct.com. That's Lisa at voiceofct.com. Looking to make the most of your outdoor space? Call the certified arborists at Save a Tree. Save a Tree's team of experts provide lawn care, tree and shrub pruning, fertilization, and pest management services. Their specialists have the knowledge and experience to ensure your trees, shrubs, and lawn receive top quality care. Invest in your property and keep your home in shape year-round. Call Save a Tree at 203-853-9526 or visit treecare.com. That's treecare.com.
I never really thought of glasses being part of my wardrobe until I visited Kennedy & Perkins Guild Opticians here in Milford. They helped me find 2 pairs of glasses that fit my style, from everyday wear to designer frames, family owned since